Right, and to start the OCRE final event, I'd like to invite our coordinator, our project director, David Haynes, to please come up on stage. Please, a round of applause.
Thanks, Rob. A very big thank you to all of you for joining us here, whether you're joining us locally in sunny Lisbon or remotely in sunny Lisbon. Welcome to sunny Lisbon. Thank you for joining the OCRE team. We appreciate it. We appreciate the support that we've had throughout the project from many of you. For me, it's actually a bittersweet moment because while we're here to celebrate, I think, some really great outcomes from the project, it's also the end of the project, and I've loved working on this project. I've worked with a great group of seasoned professionals who've been very committed to the project. So a big thank you to the OCRE team, and if we can have a round of applause for them. And it has been, I think, going into the OCRE project, I think people were aware that we were going to be challenging status quo, that we are moving into a time of unprecedented innovation. You know, how do we bring the commercial suppliers to the European research community? We had a lot of challenges. We still have challenges, but we have been well supported by the market, by the research community, and we really appreciate that. Just finally, a big thank you to the European Commission, because the European Commission have been very supportive of the OCRE project. I think they've seen how important it has been to the team as we've overcome the obstacles we've overcome to finish the job. And in that, we managed to get not one project extension, but two. And we really hope that we have finished the job. So again, thank you for joining us. You're going to hear from me in just a couple of minutes again. You're going to hear from the OCRE team. And then you're going to hear from the researchers that the OCRE project has enabled to some extent through the adoption funding waves. And for me, this event is all about the researchers. So hopefully we're in for some really compelling presentations. But thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much, David. Now we will hear from the European Commission. Our next speaker is Stefan Seaman. He is from the European Commission, DG Connect, Communication Networks, Content and Technology Policy Officer. So he has been seconded as a policy officer to the European Commission in Luxembourg from ECMWF as part of the Open Science and Digital Modeling Unit at DG Connect. So he's involved in the work around the European Open Science Cloud and other research infrastructure initiatives across Europe. Before his secondment, Stefan was almost for a decade leading the development section at ECMWF. The section develops software and services to support core activities at ECMWF. Stefan, are you with us?
I hope so. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear and see you. So I suppose you're connecting from Brussels, right?
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, right. Okay, excellent. So our audience are here and they can hear and see you. So you may now begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry not to be there. It's much more colder here than you will have. Okay, let me get started. Before we hear more about the OCRE project, I want to give you a little bit of the context in which this project has worked. So I will give you an update on EOSC. So you know that EOSC has been started under the Horizon Europe program. Over the last 5 years, lots of programs, lots of projects have been done. Now in Horizon Europe, the new research work program, EOSC has a very firm place and continues to be an important subject we want to support. So the story has started the way of EOSC has started in Horizon 2020, but it's continuing in Horizon Europe. And as you might know, it's beyond infrastructure. It's about making fair access to data, enabling research to share openly results. But all of this needs to make use of technology. And here is exactly where projects like OCRE have helped to explore how this can be best addressed and help with. So I'm very sure you all have heard about FAIR principles, about findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data, which we're trying to support. This is really the goal of EOSC, to establish this. But EOSC is not just a research topic for the European Commission. It's also part of our data strategy. The EOSC within the data strategy is one of our 9 data spaces we have identified we want to support and build over the next decade. The first 8 data spaces are all thematic, like health, Green Deal, agriculture. But what EOSC makes it different is it's cross-thematic. So we're trying to support a scientist in Europe with a data space, infrastructure, principles, and policies which allow them to work fair and openly together across Europe and hopefully also internationally. So EOSC has a very firm place in the data strategy. And as I said, will support research across Europe. I'm not going much into the data spaces itself, but just that you see, data spaces have a very fundamental origin and basis on which we want to build them. So we're talking about not just about technology, we talk about governance, how data gets accessed. We want to support from the Commission side with rules and values which can be respected in these spaces, openness, technical infrastructure, which OCRE will play a part and put input in, but also the interconnection, interoperability will be very key for these data spaces. So you will see these are all starting right now. EOSC is one of these 9, as I said. So this is all happening right now, starting from the Commission. Coming back to EOSC, we are now a bit in the second phase. The first phase under Horizon 2020, we see now more as the first explorative phase. We had to find out how will things work, what aspects need to be explored. OCRE, with looking at the commercial sector and how this can be best built in to support the researchers, has been one of these projects as part of this first phase. But now in the second phase, which we started a year ago, we have now a new governance structure, we have a new roadmap ahead, and now we're really going from the explorative phase towards the rollout and the implementation of the platform, the policies. If you want to know more about this roadmap, please have a look at the EOS Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. We have version 1.0 was released last year. Next year, we're planning an update to this agenda because it is a living document, which we will adapt over time. But now going into phase 2, as I said, it's the implementation. And really, that's where now the projects which we started in Horizon 2020 bring in all the inputs we can have for this implementation. A core, literally, of this implementation is a procurement. The Commission is in the process of publishing on operating the EOS core. I cannot say much about it at the moment because it's an ongoing procurement process. I have put on these slides all the facts and the links on where you can find materials about that. We had an open market consultation in the summer. The link is here if you want to have a look at what was discussed, what was shared. We have a prior information notice to the procurement. Also, the link is here. So this core will, EOS core procurement will build the core on which future projects and programs can connect to EOSC-wise. And just to visualize it a little bit, this is a graph, a diagram, thanks to the EOSC Future project, about a rough outline about the architecture of the EOSC platform as we see it in the future. You see in the bottom the EOS core. These are really core functionalities you need to federate with the EOS core. We're not building here, it's perhaps important to stress here, we're not building a new platform on its own. we are building here a federation of existing research infrastructures, which we want to coordinate and let easy to work together, interoperability between these services, and allow users to interchange between all these federated entities. So the core is about all these federation, all the services which are needed to do this federation. On top of that, there will be horizontal services. So services which are building on the federation and allow users, for example, in specific domains, let's say science or climate change adaptation, to work together across borders and work on their thematic horizontal services. On top of that will be then the semantics resources, which we assume the communities will build themselves. Of course, we will support this building. And all this, EOS Core and Exchange, will be supported by support activities and also interoperability framework to ensure continuous interoperability between parts, and also to allow other components to be easily binded in, like, for example, what you have explored in OCRE. So the procurement itself will not solve it all, will not build it all. It will build the core. It will start the support activities, it will start support the interoperability framework, and will implement some horizontal services. But in the end, there needs to be more work done, which will also be part through projects calls, part of future evolution of the system. But the procurement will put the core into place. And how OCRE has played a vital role here is to support us with input, how this in future can be built, what's possible, how to get private industry involved. These are very important lessons to go in future on building now the implementation. This was my very quick overview. I hope it gives you a bit of confidence. You saw that how EOS is really part of the Commission strategy of the way forward and our commitment for the next years, and how important it is to have projects like OCRE helping us to build this vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will, before we hear from the project presenters, we'll give you a little movie that we have prepared summarizing what OCRE has done and the impact that the project has had, particularly on researchers.
Commercial cloud-based services offer a wealth of powerful tools to the European research community. But for many researchers, these are currently out of reach, with suitable services being difficult to find and adopt. OCRE addressed this by running a pan-European tender and establishing framework agreements with cloud service providers that meet the specific requirements of the research community, saving institutions the time-consuming and complex process of doing this themselves. Researchers benefited from the 9.5 million euros in adoption funding. Barriers preventing service providers from offering services to research are minimized. Requirements are made easier to understand for service providers, allowing them to tailor their offering to the research community. OCRE has also piloted the funding distribution and procurement processes for Earth observation research projects and suppliers. Bringing all this together, OCRE creates a single market for digital services benefiting Europe's research and providing an outlet for commercial providers to participate in the European Open Science Cloud. Here are a few of the research projects impacted. OCRE's adoption funding was a stimulus for a number of projects. The agile processes allowed researchers fast response to emergencies, including COVID.
Let's say governments throughout the world at the moment are introducing many measures. Many of them are voluntary, some are mandatory, all aimed to curb the spread of COVID-19. To what extent do factors of human emotional well-being and particularly personality affect compliance to these measures? To do this, we're building machine learning models to help us predict these behaviors, and that's where I had some ideas that I wanted to push out there, but that presented two principal problems, right? And they're almost always the same. That's human resources and infrastructure. As an early career researcher from a small institute, from a small country, these are generally my problems. We're not bounded by ideas that we can generate. Ideas are usually plenty, but it's limitation of resources and limitations in funding opportunities where very often we'd have to say, I'll have to compete against institutions and researchers with Goliath-like infrastructures. OCRE gave me the opportunity to dedicate resources solely on a single project with a single aim. And it also gave me, like, besides the material benefits and the sort of direct benefits that OCRE gave, it allowed me to focus and stimulated me to reach out to my colleagues. And we started building a little team to work on this specific project. And it was all sort of, the whole stimulus was the OCRE project. I think the impact on my team is fairly clear, right? The project just would not have got off the ground without sometimes when you have data, you can have an idea, but you need a spark, you need something to sort of give you the courage to go on. And I think OCRE not only gave us the resources, but it also sort of pushed us a little bit to get there.
Another benefit is providing the research community with flexibility.
I'm researching two-dimensional materials, layered materials. I think everyone will have heard of graphene. Become aware of many thousands of possible other layered materials that have applications in quantum technologies, in energy materials, in healthcare. We're an experimental group doing work based at synchrotrons around the world. And this project enables us also to model those materials computationally and to get insight into which are the new interesting candidates. So the impact of the OCRE project on my research has been an increased flexibility in how I spend my computing resources. I'm used to working on an on-site supercomputer where you have a limit on the number of cores and a time limit, but on average you can spend a certain amount. With this project and using cloud resources, I can choose to use a lot more cores for a shorter period if I wish, and so I can adapt the way I use the computing to the problem I'm solving. I can also include undergraduate projects as part of my work. Undergraduates have a very short time scale, so you need to be flexible and to be able to react quickly. They can't work in a paced, slow way. And I think those advantages apply to anyone. I'm not an untypical user in any way. I also see cloud-based computing, because of the flexibility about configuration and compute instances, attracting new users from disciplines who haven't traditionally been HPC users. And I think they'll benefit from these advantages. So it's developing a new community, I think.
Machine learning is opening up new applications for drones. One project funded by OCRE is for algorithms for decentralized machine learning control for drones. The project creates algorithms enabling groups of autonomous drones to safely perform complex tasks in unknown environments using onboard sensors and inter-drone communication. To do this, they must perform environmental mapping, localization, path planning, target detection and tracking, and flight control. Applications of this technology include prevention and assistance with natural disasters, such as floods, earthquakes, wildfires, etc., inspection and maintenance of industrial infrastructure, assistance with search and rescue operations, and tracking the spread of disease. The researchers received support for virtual machines with both strong CPUs and GPUs, as well as machine learning toolsets. The project's involvement with OCRE has resulted in access to state-of-the-art technology, flexibility with lower investments, increased speed of implementation, particularly the time savings from not having to acquire, provision, implement and configure AI sources, more IT know-how, leaving the research team to focus more on the scientific applications of the project. and lower costs due to no longer needing to invest in the compute infrastructure. OCRE's results brought the European research community more agility and capability, and commercial providers with a clearer route to support the research community. Discover our results. Visit ocreproject.eu results for more information.
Okay. So we've seen how large the impact has been on the European research community, and that was just a small subset of the use cases that we have supported through OCRE. But now I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker. We've already heard from him earlier. Next, we'll hear from the OCRE project director, David Haynes. Dave is the project organization of Géant. Dave advises on the adoption of cloud services and related digital strategy for universities and research institutions across Europe and countries supported within Géant's broader outreach. So please welcome Dave.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you. Did I mention that I was actually very proud to work on this project? It's been a really good project to work on. Okay. So I thought I'd start with this quote from Mariana Mazzucato. Mariana, she does consult to the European Commission. She's a professor in economics of innovation and public value at the University College London. And in her quote here, creating a symbiotic, more mutualistic, public-private innovation ecosystem requires new methods, metrics, and indicators to evaluate public investments and their results. A quote from her book on the entrepreneurial state. So, okay. So what we've actually done in OCRE is we've actually looked at how we can bring the commercial suppliers of these incredibly innovative services to the research community in a way that is sustainable. And we do have a lot of problems in how do these services get funded, how do the funding models change from a way in which the funding of infrastructure, of a server under a researcher's desk, was funded through grant funding. How does that change to a consumable model of kind of operational expenditure? How do you manage that? And there's a lot of work going on within the European Science Cloud more broadly, looking at sustainable models for doing this. But hopefully at OCRE, we've actually demonstrated some of the mechanisms that this could be done. What were our project ambitions? So for cloud-based digital services, we wanted to create the ease of consumption by the European research community. This required the construction of a framework. The framework, I'll talk a little bit about the outcomes of the tender on the framework, but it provided individual contracts for the institutes. We wanted significant research-focused concessions from the market. So we wanted to be working with suppliers of services who really committed to the research community in Europe, who really focused their sales cycle on this community. So vertical sales, but with a lot of support for the European research community and looking more broadly at what was happening in the European Open Science Cloud. Stefan spoke earlier about the European Open Science Cloud, about initiatives like Fair Data, about the current procurements that are taking place, and hopefully what we've demonstrated in OCRE will provide some insight as to how to move forward with these. To drive visibility and awareness, and then to promote adoption through the distribution of funding. And you heard from some of the researchers, you're going to be hearing from a lot more of the researchers, and I'll be talking a little bit about some of the other projects that we funded shortly. Just as if that wasn't tough enough, the European Commission threw Earth observation services into the mix and asked us to actually stimulate the adoption of services that were distributed through the SMEs. So through cloud services, the economic barriers to entry for startups becoming SMEs disappeared because the consumption of cloud services, you can consume as much as you want, as you need. You don't have to build data centers. You have to buy a lot of infrastructure. You don't need that capital expenditure. So we've seen startups become SMEs focused on the research community. And we look to drive visibility of that, and then also to stimulate the adoption of those services through our adoption funding waves. When I joined OCRE, I thought that Earth observation services was something that was consumed by the Weather Channel. But I've actually spoken to researchers in all disciplines that require these services to better understand the world they're working in. So that's actually been really, really interesting. One of the big ambitions in terms of cloud services from a European perspective is Green Europe, is having fewer data centers, is having shared services, the consumption of far less energy, and that was a big motivation for the European Commission as well. Project outcomes. So we published a tender and we contracted a framework. We had 1,100 bids from the market, so it attracted a lot of attention from the market, focusing in on the European research community. We have 473 framework contracts across 40 countries with about 10,000 institutes that are eligible to use these contracts. We have 37 cloud platforms represented, a minimum of 9 per country, and maximum of 17 platforms per country. So a lot of the biggest suppliers of cloud services we see in all, but we see some really nice local bespoke platforms in many of these countries, and these are all served by European resellers of these services. We get a lot of questions about GDPR, but if you're operational in Europe, then you are GDPR compliant. So the contract management, once we had signed all the framework contracts, was transitioned to the Géant project, the Géant 4 project, and we have the contract management group in the room today. And that was transferred very successfully. Obviously, they had to scale up, they had to automate a lot of their services, they had to create a help desk, they did a lot of work to be able to facilitate this transfer, but I think they've done a great job. We created the OCRE Cloud Catalog. Trust, our comms partners on the project, created a cloud catalog. Please visit it. It's great. You can navigate by use of a map to see what contracts are in what countries, who your local cloud suppliers of the various platforms are. We did the same for Earth observation. So when we looked at Earth observation procurements, they tended to be well within the European limits and constraints. We didn't need a formal framework to support it, so we focused more on driving visibility and driving the adoption of these services. We created an Earth observation catalog, which we encouraged the SMEs to register their services on, so we could drive visibility, we could contact them, we could put them in touch with researchers, and then also we spent 8.5 million in adoption funding. We overcame a lot of obstacles to be able to drive this adoption funding. We had cross-border VAT issues, potentially duplicate, double VAT issues. Monique's going to talk to you a little bit more about procurement a little bit later. But for me, the greatest outcome of the project was being able to listen to the European research community. There are a lot of so Géant, as an organization, represents the national research and education networks across Europe. There are a lot of other e-infrastructures that we work with, the research infrastructures, funded entities, to be able to have all of these entities listen to what the researchers are looking to consume, as opposed to potentially prescribing services that may not actually be in line with the rate of innovation in research today. So hearing the European research community was a great outcome of the project. So what we had was, when we ran these calls, we got about 120 project proposals across the 4 calls across the project. And it's not an easy thing to submit a project proposal. We ask you a lot of questions. We want you to demonstrate why your research is compelling, why your research is going to be best able to demonstrate the benefits of these services. It's not an easy thing to submit this, yet we still got 120 project proposals, which is a good indication of demand from within the research community. 22 countries were represented, and we think that's a great representation. It also shows the demand for these services. And all of the high-level OECD disciplines were represented. So natural sciences, engineering, technology, social sciences, health sciences, and they were all represented across both service types, cloud and Earth observations. So I'm going to just show you at a very high level. You'll be hearing from some of these researchers later today and tomorrow, but I just actually want to show you the breadth of distribution across the European geography, across the science disciplines. Here in Portugal, we have a great example of a social sciences project, predictive algorithms for the detection of intimate partner violence in the healthcare system. In Portugal, AWS is the platform being used, Rackspace won the tender. In Germany, the University of Applied Sciences, quantifying war damage in the Ukraine based on EO data. And what they're doing, and you'll hear a little bit about from their researchers, but what they're doing is actually looking at the impact on global food production from the Ukrainian war. Methodology based on aerial and satellite data for the preliminary study of Sardinian neuralgic sites. I have no idea what neuralgic is, but there's a good example of the kind of diversity in terms of the use of the Earth observation services. In the Netherlands, a pediatric oncology unit consuming from Google. Coda Life, looking at the first 10 minutes of a baby's life and how to respond to any crisis using Microsoft, Sentinel's semantic data and information cube. So we had a couple of projects that were looking to provide a platform for broader research and further projects, and this is a good example of that. Galactic research and cloud services, so not looking at the planet, but looking outwards from the planet, using Google, the University of Barcelona. The ERIC, so the ERICs are research infrastructures of themselves, but to see the research infrastructures in Europe start consuming commercial cloud services to give them the scalability, the flexibility, and to underpin their own services is very exciting. We see the Heriot-Watt University modeling of the drug deposition with realistic dosages in patient-specific lung airways. Oracle UK, another in Belgium, KU Leuven, self-supervised neural networks for videos and images. So as you can see, using exascale, we haven't duplicated the kind of science projects almost at all. You know, there's a lot of diversity here. We have a couple of projects in France, digital healthcare training in the metaverse. So the first metaverse one, deep learning for graphs. In Hungary, the University of Debrecen, approximation of theoretical models and application-oriented further involvement using IBM. University of Bath, you're going to hear a little bit more about this one. You saw Daniel talk about his science. You're going to hear a little bit more about how they took their on-premise high-performance compute services and provided scalability to be able to respond to supporting neural network backbones in Zurich. Satellite systems in the Baltic, stimulating the practical applications of forestry impact results. High availability OpenStack on Cloudflare in the Netherlands. So another example of where they're using these services to build platforms to support further research. Cloudflare, again, derivation of green indicators of human well-being, which sounds really interesting. Cloud robotics. So there are a lot of robotics, visualization, simulation of the sensors happening on these big commercial platforms. As I said, the rate of innovation is very high, very useful to researchers, again, in Portugal. Decentralized machine learning, control for intelligent multi-agent dynamical systems, supported by Google. In Serbia, this scientific data analysis of synchrotron light experiments, supported by Google. Denmark, Creosat, so again, looking at building cubes for the consumption of Earth observation data. Deep learning for predictive medicine in Italy, supported by Google. Fraunhofer using Azure to support cognitive power electronic studies, and then the British and Canadian paraglacial coastlines being supported by one of our Earth observation suppliers. So you can see there is a lot of diversity across region in the kinds of research that OCRE has enabled and supported. Our project legacy, so the cloud framework contracts are available if the project ends, and at that point, the institutes can sign call-offs for a further 4 years. So the cloud frameworks are an important part of our legacy. We're seeing through the contract management group and the Jean project to get mandatory reporting from the suppliers. We are able to track trends in terms of consumption, and we're seeing 100 to 120% a year growth on the frameworks, and this includes a very similar framework that Jean ran before the OCRE project. We are proving procurement mechanisms, so through all of the procurements of the services on behalf of the researchers, there are case studies that also prove the procurement mechanisms. In the EOSC future, and a very similar team to the team that have worked on OCRE is working on EOSC future, and we're using the OCRE contracts, and I think the OCRE suppliers hate us by now, but we're asking them to partner up with the research infrastructures and the NRENs to show us how commercial cloud services can be distributed through the European Open Science Cloud Marketplace. Because it's also really important to demonstrate that these services are not only there and they're useful, and they can be procured using adoption funding, but how do they get distributed mainstream, which is really compelling. OCRE contracts are supporting the digital transformation of services. We're seeing national research and education networks who have had their own infrastructures on offer to their institute members for many, many years, starting to shift their own workloads into the cloud for scalability. There is a portfolio of EOS case studies that Rob and his team are working on with Monique, the procurements. And the OCRE supply is also really interesting right now. And we're looking for money. But the OCRE suppliers have reached out to host Ukrainian institutes who have had to shut down their own data centers to keep their teaching and learning platforms available to their institutes, to their universities, being hosted potentially in Germany, outside of the Ukraine, but keeping these workloads alive and accessible. One of the issues for the institutes is that it's fine to have a commercial provider say, okay, I'll give you 6 months of free hosting, but how long is the war going to take? How much devastation is going to be wreaked? So we're actually looking for funding so that potentially the Ukrainian NREN can actually procure services for the next 36 months to support these institutes and provide for some support and continuity. So that's really interesting. Part of the legacy, the cloud platforms that we've contracted have all been tested by CERN using Helix Nebula Science Cloud workloads, so real research workloads. They're fit for purpose. Many of them have got pairing points in the Géant network. We negotiated waivers on data ingress and egress. There are a lot of benefits to the European institutes consuming these services. So I will be around. I am around for questions. I'm looking forward to chatting to a lot of you in the tea breaks and at lunch, but that's all I have right now.
Thank you very much, David. So I think what we're hearing here is that, what OCRE has brought forward is really a lot more flexibility, a lot more agility, even to respond to, the emergencies that we have nowadays. So we've seen, the COVID use case, we've seen our support for the Ukrainian institutes. Now I have the pleasure to present to you some of the work that my team has done in Trust AT. Overall, today and tomorrow we will hear about all the significant achievements of the OCRE project and how it had an enormous impact across Europe, But to ensure these achievements, we needed to build a community first. I'm Rob Curlio from Trust IT Services. I have the pleasure of being the outreach and communications lead for this project. So, the OCRE project, approximately 1 million researchers standing to benefit through EOSC. You have 10,000 institutions, universities, hospitals in 40 countries, 474 framework contracts with suppliers, more than 50 research projects supported or funded, more than doubling cloud consumption in the first year and going forward. So there's no denying that OCRE's impact on the European research community has been enormous. But behind each of these numbers are people. So we built a strategy that ensured the continuous growth of a database of people that we targeted and that we believe could benefit from OCRE's outputs. So our targets were researchers, research institutions, NRENs, cloud suppliers, and Earth observation companies. Our strategy was to attract strangers using our various channels and content for them to become visitors to our site. We offer them something valuable enough for them to expressly request to be informed of OCRE's developments, and we convert them into leads. From this pool came our respondents to the procurement, to the adoption funding calls, etc. These then resulted in our promoters who feature in our use cases, thereby increasing the visibility further, and so the cycle goes. So, a lot of you here have already seen the OCRE website. The OCRE website houses all the results of the project. Soon we're putting online the ocre-project.eu/, which is a compilation of all the results of the project, which you should be able to see in our menu soon. So that is the main online point of reference for the funding calls, for the catalogs, as David was talking about earlier. And in fact, we found that this is really relevant because the top 10 pages in the site are the catalogs, the success stories, and other than that, it's about the project and who is behind it. So funneling people into this website are our emails, social media posts, YouTube. So a multimedia and multi-channel strategy was necessary to really conduct outreach. The biggest referrer, interestingly enough, of visitors to the website is through organic search, so which attests to the strong search engine optimization that we have focused on in the website. So it's not just us in outreach, but actually making the content in the website really, really visible through search engines. So aside from an overall contribution to the project visibility, we also had to make sure that every single project goal was supported. So we basically designed specific campaigns that were contributing to project activity or goal. So one part, in the early part of the project, we conducted a requirements gathering activity. So in this part, we started to understand the needs of the researchers. So these were the first touch points that we had. And led by CERN and RIA with the support of EOSC, we set up surveys, ran workshops, conducted interviews, and presented the results in a webinar as well. And it resulted in 2 reports covering some of the solutions that are in demand for cloud and for EO. We also ensured that distribution of cloud and EO funding would be fair and would have oversight. So we gathered a diverse set of experts, including representatives from the research community, such as EMBL, Eurodoc, and ARNet, the EO community, such as the European Space Agency and the Svalbard Integrated Arctic Earth Observing System. There's also representatives even from the commercial cloud community, but those that are not taking part in the OCRE framework, such as Atos or UK Cloud, and also from the HPC community through Chineca and Prace. So procurement, of course, was a very important pillar of the project. By ensuring a vast selection of providers to choose from, we knew that we were providing researchers with the luxury of choice and supporting their work. We had to ensure that the European and international providers were also represented equally. So we ran a campaign that resulted in immense interest, And we tracked every single touch point. So aside from the announcements, utilizing our database, we reached out to even IT chambers of commerce across Europe. And the result is more than 100 responses to the tender, many over multiple lots and countries. We did the same for EO. So this time the catalog served a different purpose than the cloud activities. So the EO catalog allowed the procurement team to have a first set of suppliers to choose from to fund the research projects. We're showing you the procurement as a funnel, just to provide you with an idea of how we work internally and how we track every single point and we optimize our campaigns. But by knowing which parts of the campaigns are the weakest, we can actually make adjustments where necessary. So this is actually an interesting thing to do maybe for the future if somebody else is running similar activities. This is really key to ensure that you're optimizing every single step of the way. So the same funnel process also applies to the campaigns promoting the funding calls, but now I will just highlight on the results of the outreach. As part of these campaigns, we publicize announcements widely, first through OCRE channels, then through dedicated outreach, and also gathering and then even going out and approaching national research councils and even EO laboratories to generate interest. Overall, this resulted in 12 EO and 30 cloud projects to be funded in the end. Some of you might have seen the catalogs online on our website. So the cloud catalog averages around 2,800 views monthly, and the EO catalog averages around 500. So these catalogs have been developed, allowing us to understand which are the most active countries and which platforms are generating the most interest. So one aspect to note is that all these suppliers are shown equally and reflects the creation of a level playing field for these suppliers to promote their services to research institutions. So what's next? We've done a lot of work to support the project in bringing forward results. However, we still have a few more outreach, dissemination, and communication activities to be carried out in the last few weeks of this year. So watch out, because we are producing a number of materials after the event. So we're releasing the full story of OCRE through a podcast series. So here where project representatives sit and talk informally about their experiences, the challenges, and so on. So it's not just about the successes, but what were the challenges that were faced by the project and how they were overcome. So apart from that, also, so you can actually go now and see the first two episodes online, and more will be coming out. We'll also be publishing a policy brief with recommendations coming out from our interviews with the use cases and some of the outcomes that will be coming out from the event. Also, more use case videos will be published. So you've seen very, very few use cases in the beginning, but we're planning on producing more, and also more use case stories or success stories will also be published. We're also producing the OCRE Cloud Framework Promotional Pack. So the project ends this December, but the framework continues on. So our aim is to support the projects and the initiatives taking over your framework and operating it. Aside from that, we will also reach out to as many of the 10,000 institutions eligible to procure, talking to them about the benefits of the OCRE Cloud Framework. Finally, we will also distribute a press release highlighting the impact that the project has made. So, to conclude, to create a digital single market for the commercial cloud services for research, you need a methodology and a strategy that builds on the right contacts, both in the demand and in the supply side, collecting data through important touch points, as we've seen earlier in the funnel, will really help you understand, and to keep you're on track. And finally, while this has been an enormous effort from the consortium members, OCRE really is a project where the results, I believe, at least from my view, has been co-created with our stakeholders, so through the engagement and working with our community. That's all from me. Thank you very much. And now to introduce our next speakers, I would like to call again David to the stage.
Okay, so that's a surprise. I wasn't prepared to introduce anyone, actually. But to our EO community engagement, Rob touched briefly on the work that was done with the RAID group and with EOSC. And I'd like to call Antonio to come talk about the work that was done. He's a service and project manager at the RAID group. He provides engineering and management support to the European Space Agency involved in the Earth observation program. In OCRE, him and his team led the implementation of the engagement activities for Earth observation. Thanks.
Thank you, David, and good morning, everybody. So I want to talk to you about what we did to engage the Earth observation community and also the finding we were done. So to shape a bit how the community look like, and I will go through, let's say, the value chain Earth observation, the technologies, the application, and also reserve one slide to what's next. I have to acknowledge that this activity, as David said, is not just led by ERIA, but was also the contribution by EOSC. And let's say one of the main tasks we had was also to show Dave that there was a lot more than the Weather Channel on Earth observation. Just one slide on RIA Group for what doesn't know us. So we are 30 years experience in space and cybersecurity. We are working with the European Space Agency, with EUMETSAT, with National Space Agency. So we are in the field helping institutions, let's say, to create their programs. And while EOSC is, let's say, the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, and they, let's say, have 136 companies, and so together, let's say, we brought on this engagement of the EO community. But let's see what are the activities that we carry on in this project. So let's say, to get, our first task was to get the requirements of the EO community, of the research community, in terms of what they need to carry on their research in EO, but was also to do a survey, understand what the providers market offer, because we know that the cloud market is a bit of a commodity. We know what we're talking about is well structured, while the EO offer is more variegated and in evolution. So it was also important to talk with the providers on that. We did surveys, and we had feedback from 19 countries and 25 research domains. We did more in-depth interviews with champion users in different, let's say, research areas, and we got 9 different domains which we went through more in depth on what they need for their job. We had dedicated events and webinars. We went through events in the first months of the project, and also we have a catalog done by Trust on the, let's say, of the provider, where we have 37 resource providers listed. Let's go now on the overview of the EO community, which is the value chain of EO. So we have the satellites, of course, that acquire data. But after they, let's say, are on the ground and processed, and we have all these nicely arranged, there are all sorts of things that can be done. And I'd say one of the main changes that we saw starting, let's say, almost at the beginning of the project, before, was the transition between, let's say, the services done on proprietary computing center through the cloud. So the clouds and the cloud providers is returns, let's say, in OCRE, what is also in the name of the project. So this transition of the platforms, IO platform on the cloud allows a lot more of application. We have the processing platform on the cloud, like the foundations, to all of new technologies that can be enabled by the cloud that are concerned to the data processing, the data analytics, visualization, and interactive development all on the cloud. And this is for what concerns the offer. For what concerns the community, of course, we have the research community and let's say the research community represented by European Science Cloud, but we have also other potential users or actual users of EO Cloud. We have the decision makers that will get information extracted from EO data to, let's say, decide on policies or local policies or European policies. We have, of course, the research institutes that do the research using information extracted from EU data. We have EO companies that use a service from other EO companies. So we have this business to business to create new innovative services higher, let's say, in the stack. And also non-EO companies that get information from EO services to do, let's say, jobs that at the beginning they are not related to Earth observation. For instance, we are talking about, one of the examples is the monitoring of energy infrastructure. Just to give you one example. So quickly going through the technologies that are used in Earth observation, let's say the foundation are this processing platform that runs on the cloud and on the cloud providers and offer all, let's say, facilitate the development and integration of Earth observation services in the cloud, providing fast access to the data that are in the cloud, providing API to the main services that are needed to build Earth observation, let's say, services higher in the stack, and that allows to abstract, let's say, the complexity of the, let's say, the cloud, the commodity cloud environments to allow people writing, let's say, Earth observation services focusing on that. Second step are data processing. So once you have all this, let's say, facilitating, one of the things that are offered by the Earth observation market is the possibility to have algorithms already deployed in this platform and then apply that when they are needed to, let's say, get the information that they are required. We have different kind of application in this slide, but it's just an example. The list could be very, very long. But just I want to highlight that we have also different time criticality. We have near real-time services that are for managing emergencies like earthquake or floods. We have less critical timeline services that for generation of what we call in jargon level 3, so the variable like NO2 concentration. And we have also the analysis of time series, of very long time series of data. And I would say that the cloud, in this case, is really a game changer, because having possibility to have EO data already available on the cloud and computing, elastic cloud computing, really allows people to just focus on that. And also the performance are really, really better respect downloading all the data in a local premises and then generating the results, let's say, on their own data center. So these are a couple of example of, let's say, all the cool stuff you can do on applying algorithms on Earth observation data. Other steps is data analytics. So beyond the cloud, having all the information there, having also not Earth observation available on this cloud application, you can mix and fuse data and have all these charts to allow to and all sorts of cool applications that allow you to mix things, visualize information, and really understand what's going on, which decision you need to take. Data visualization. Okay, it's more simple, but also linked to data analytics, and let's say also important because let's say you can have really 3D plots, visualize different data on a map, georeferenced, understanding a bit the interaction of the various variable and then the various information collected by the satellite, and is also one of the things offered. So we are also speaking of different kind of research. So people that needs different information, different understanding, and let's say this is why we have different also kind of products that are available in the EU market. Last but not least, this is more for, let's say, people that needs to write code, do the research, and more hands-on, and I would say, managing the data and the information. What is offered is also this interactive development environment. Maybe most of you know the Jupyter Notebook. That's the main interface from that. Google Earth Engine is another example. So you have fast access to the data. You can process at scale using the cloud environment, but you can write your code on a web browser. And so you don't need to install anything, and it's more resilient because it's actually on the cloud, and you do quick prototyping, you can change things very fast, and then, let's say, when you are satisfied, process at scale. So that's also the technologies that are available in the domain that can be used. But it's just one side, let's say, of the whole thing. There are then the applications, and this is the taxonomy done by EOSC to map, let's say, the potential application of Earth observation data in the various research fields. This is a map of 2 years ago, so it evolved. I'm sure that we have more than 80 applications that were mapped at the moment, but what I want to show you more is to get a feeling of the fact that Earth observation is not only the weather channel, but can be applied to different, very different domains. From security to land to ocean, but let's say it is not only let's say the environment, but now also with let's say AI and the new technology is really changing very fast. We have object detection applied to one of the examples is object detection applied to satellite image to then get, let's say, information about economy. We had example during COVID that we wanted to understand how COVID was impacting the ships, the ship traffic. So we were monitoring ports to see if the number of ships changed during COVID. We were monitoring even some key supermarket around Europe, very big mall, to see, let's say, the number of cars in the parking lot, to have an idea of how, let's say, the commerce was impacted. We were monitoring airplane traffic using EO images. So just to give you an idea of the various different things you can do with Earth observation, and of course it will increase and increase with time. Just few other examples. So we had not only the classical images, let's say, but really you can spot night lights, and from night lights understand night lights pollution or concentration of built area in a different way. Of course, we have the meteorological products for the weather channel, but we have also air pollution, land surface temperature. What we see before was also a mapping of urban area. So very diverse applications, let's say, a very high level, high scale, because we are seeing Europe here, but we can also have application on more specific spot places, like for floods, for deforestation of specific area, for earthquake, or sea, let's say, ice melting issues, or to track, let's say, volcano eruptions and how an earthquake, how it affects specific spot areas. So we are also talking about different scales. We're talking to the world, continental scale, to specific events on Earth that can be tracked. And so that was, let's say, the possibility that we had more or less today, but the market is in evolution, the Earth observation is in evolution, and so ready to know what's next. So the next game changer will be another European Commission initiative that calls Destination Earth, or Destiny. And this is done in collaboration between ACNWF, ESA, and HumanSat, that are the three entrusted entities, that's called in the jargon, to build this. So Destination Earth is, the purpose of this project is to build a digital twin on Earth, or many, better to say different digital twin on Earth that can be used to monitor what's going on, to understand the Earth, but most of all to simulate. So simulate different policies, simulate different scenarios, and then anticipate phenomena and take decision to prevent, let's say, bad phenomena to happen. That will involve a lot of computational power. Will involve a lot of new application applied to EO, and that will really drive, let's say, the EO community in the next years. That was all for me. Thank you very much. I'll be around, let's say, today if you have any questions, or you can contact me on LinkedIn online. Thank you.
Thanks, Antonio. Next up, we have services for the EOSC Core Test Suite by João Fernandes. João is a CERN senior member of staff. He leads projects on hybrid clouds for public research performing organizations. Currently, he has been leading projects to onboard public cloud for research at the core of the European Open Science Cloud. Please join me in welcoming João.
Okay, very good. Okay, so good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here. So I'm going to talk about the contribution of CERN in the OCRE project, okay, and for the OCRE framework. So CERN is not consuming from the OCRE framework. We, as part of our research program, we have our own frameworks, but we have been contributing for the OCRE framework. So I'll give you first setup of the context, how cloud validation, why cloud validation is important for us. Then I'll talk about the test suite specifically, giving you an overview about the architecture, what were the scientific workloads that we deployed in the context of OCRE. There were more, but in the context of OCRE, as David mentioned before. And then what is the roadmap for this test suite coming in the future of the EOSC, for example. So as a public research sector, and there are a lot of institutions here that are public funded, we do our purchases through procurement. But one of the things that happen with procurement normally on traditional procurement is very much a paper exercise most of the time. So what I mean with a paper exercise is, of course, you publish a tender, then you are going to allocate contracts, but before allocating contracts, you have no idea, or you have a very small idea of the practicality of the services that we buy, okay? So what we try to do with our experience in cloud frameworks was to mix that, or to have a hybrid model where we can have already an idea about the services that potentially we are going to buy in the future. So that's why we came with this validation and testing concept, because many of the questions that you see there are the questions that our researchers have. For example, yes, I would like to use this provider, but how many GPUs do they have? In Europe, in the US, both. I need to use both regions. They have fast interconnect, they have libraries. So these are the questions that you get, and with the cloud validation suite is the questions that you probably address before you actually sign a contract with a given provider. So that is the first part of the story. The second part will be when you are doing projects, and we have been doing projects with multiple sciences, with OCRE, you have different data sets from different sciences, and it's very hard to do manual tests for all these sciences in all these providers, okay? Especially when you have 26 to 35 providers. So the EOSC test suite enters on this context. So we started, as David mentioned, in Helix Nebula. That was a predecessor of OCRE, where we had already 10 different organizations with different data sets in different sciences being brought up. We then extended, and let's say the test suite started to be consolidated in the OCRE project and also in the Archiver project that was addressing the SAS for data preservation, and we also used the test suite there. We continue using it in Archiver, and then we extended to CloudBank. CloudBank was a procurement that we have done with University of California, San Diego, only CERN and University of California, San Diego with their own funds. And then we think that now the model is, let's say, mature enough to be driven or to be transported to the EOSC. And you saw some examples of the EOSC procurement, especially on that horizontal layer of the EOSC market. So, and what is the test suite then? So it's, without going too technical here, it's an automated framework to deploy samples of research workloads, okay? So it has been done in open technologies because we don't want to be locked or attached to any specific framework. So Ansible, Terraform, Docker, and Kubernetes to scale. Everything is containerized, so we have tests that are containerized and then are deployed in different providers. The central repository for the tests is currently running at CERN in our S3 service on-prem. And we also have a results dashboard where we present to the researchers what are the results of each of these validation tests. The process to include tests we discussed with researchers, so they normally have a sample already. For example, the person, just to give you an example, the people that was doing the Higgs validation, they have a sample to run in a specific cloud provider in order to replicate the Higgs validation in a public provider. We assess the work that our people and the people and the researcher needs to do, and we collect information about if there is applicable licenses to apply or not. And normally we establish the responsibilities between the team that was running the framework, that in this case was certain staff, and the responsible user or responsible tester. I will give you this, I will not go in details here, but what you have here is essentially a number of tests that have been run through OCRE. So they covered compute, storage, and network, essentially. Compute, also machine learning, for example. There are more tests. We have moved to quantum. We have moved to fair metrics for SaaS, but they were not on the scope of this project. There are at least 25 tests now ready to be included on this framework. These were the providers that were validated, so we opened the call to providers to be validated. Some of them replied to the call. The ones that you see there are the ones that have replied to the call positively and gave us access to deploy. We have run tests on all of them. As a result, we have defined validation categories, and I'm not going through details there as well because it's a lot of text, but what we have essentially is a category from mature and very easy to access services, that it will be category 1 until category 5, but will be more limited in terms of what you want to do if you think about tests that are from network, compute, storage, machine learning, quantum, etc. So these were the criteria that we defined. We had proposed this as a service to the EOSC, and we think this adds value to the EOSC. And again, talking about the procurement that Stefan announced of 35 million, on that horizontal layer, we think the EOSC test suite or the test suite that was matured in OCRE can have a role. So we establish everything that concerns the EOSC compliance testing in the way we see it. The support roles, so who is doing what, because you have delineation of responsibilities between who runs the tests and the cloud vendors that will probably also run the tests themselves and come with solutions if the tests don't have the necessary results. There is documentation and code repositories, and of course there will be development or at least DevOps effort that needs to be allocated. And this is my last slide, and just to give you what for us are the benefits for the community for the test suite. So in three bullets, working examples of technical deployments, and this comes back to my initial statement about the paper exercise. So it's not anymore a paper exercise only. You'll have researchers that will be more aware of the services that they want to use, how much they cost as well, and how can I optimize my deployment. They will build their skills, so they will make informed decisions. So they'll not go for provider A or provider B just because it's there, but because they understood that it can be beneficial for their workload. We accumulated some technical experience on this, so we have documented all our experience through OCRE and the other projects, and so now this is a public document that can be made available for the community. And the test suite as it is now used or now ready to be used in cloud procurement. So we are using it in our own procurements. We have a series of procurements that we do, and they can be used as well on the context of the EOSC. And this is what I had to say. Okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, to talk about business models, funding, and procurement mechanisms, we have Monique Pellinkoff from Géant. She is the procurement specialist responsible for cloud services, involved with the procurement of all EC-funded cloud adoption and EO services in OCRE mini competitions. Monique is specialized in EU and Dutch tendering and contracting law. So please, let's welcome Monique.
Thank you and good morning. So I'm sorry, I'm suffering a bit from a cold, so this is normally not my voice, but hopefully you enjoy. Well, thank you all for being here. It's such a really, really great actually seeing everybody, because well, I'm actually one of the lucky person that was kind of the spider in the web, talking to the researchers with their demands and the requests and everything, but also talking to the suppliers with all the things they had to offer and the proposals. And well, you know, so the commercial side meted the researcher side, and it actually all happened where I was. So it was really, really great for the experience. So what happened? So a lot of people presented on this slide already. Well, not especially this slide, but I think it is really important for you to realize that the team that also is here at site worked really hard on the OCRE framework tender. It was amazingly, I'm the successor of Olaf, he's sitting back there. Yeah, it was a great success, but also a huge effort. And this is actually the benefits that provided the OCRE framework tender for the research and education community. So you have, of course, you have the good conditions, terms and conditions and prices, and you have also some good language support of the local language in all the 40 countries that actually are lots in the OCRE framework countries. There is support of the CMG also here at site. Thank you, guys. There is a continuously engagement and investment of feedback. The cool thing is we have a framework in all these 40 countries, and everybody can just use that framework for all the procurement to do of EAS plus services. So nobody needs to run their own tender because we already did it. So that's good news. So Rob also told you, and I think a lot of people know, I'm a lawyer, so that's really bad. But so I can also guarantee you that this tender, this OCRE tender, actually it happened full under compliance of EU law regulations. For us being a Dutch contracting authority, in Zeeland, based in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. So what we did, we can actually, you have several methods actually to use the OCRE framework tender. One is a mini competition. I really did a lot. But there's also some direct awards possible under some conditions, which we can help you out with which the conditions there are. I think the most important thing is that every institution, every NREN institution that has a demand, has a request, can actually go through OCRE and ask all the suppliers, all the resellers in their lots to actually fulfill that requirement. So what I did with these EC funding is that, I drove mini competitions, one really large mini competition, due to the fact that it was more efficient, but also due to the fact that we didn't really have not a lot of time left. And it's all compliant with, all the rules and regulations, but also with the grant agreement we have with the European Commission. It was quite a legal puzzle, but I loved doing it, and I loved actually working together with all of you on this. So just to be sure that everybody is in the same page, because there's also researchers here in the room, and I've been working with them, and maybe they're just like, who's that person anyway? So, Zeeland is a central purchasing body. We helped all these 40 lots procuring actually resulting in this OCRE framework agreement. So this is what I also did. I tendered on behalf of the institutions, on behalf of the researchers, again, kind of functioning as a central purchasing body also for this. Because, again, we're based in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, we are procuring under the Dutch implementation of the EU directive. And also, really important, we publish everything on the OCRE tender, and it's a lot on TED, which is the European platform. So what did we do with this EC granting, and how did we fund it? So this is also kind of a famous slide I've been presenting on a bunch of times, because, this is something we came up with after, I think, months of kind of struggling. We have an EC agreement on the one hand. We have, we have tax regulations, we have EU tendering law regulations, we have an institution with demand requirements, we have some really enthusiastic cloud suppliers, and we are, again, purchasing on behalf of the institution as Géant, kind of functioning as that central purchasing body. So what we did, we created this triangle, working with having a voucher contract with the supplier, dealing with the VIT only paid once, because, well, maybe if you're consuming services, you need to pay taxes. But we weren't consuming the services because, well, actually, this institute was consuming the services, right? So we actually got a really good deal with the Dutch tax authority that we, as Géant, purchasing on behalf of an institution, didn't have to pay VIT in the Netherlands. And that's actually a good deal for all of us because, well, in the end, if we should pay taxes twice, you can do the calculation that we didn't really have much money to distribute to the research, right? So we were really happy with this construction because, well, really happy to be compliant with VIT regulations, but also really happy that we can actually spend the money to the research, what we actually wanted to do. This is all compliant with the EC grant agreement also, so puzzle was done. So when I first started, the team already run a really large call for projects, right? So some of you of the research institutions, they actually provided their project proposal months, maybe even a year in advance, and then didn't hear a long time, nothing. So I started, and I reached out to all of you and actually saying, so I just started, and well, some of you were happy, and some of you were actually, well, surprised. But yeah, so in the end, we started actually running the procurements for the projects that were awarded the EC funded by the team. And this is also after, we sorted out with the big puzzle I just showed you. So this is what happened. First, the call for projects, and, it took time to actually get there, and then actually procure the projects, the OCRE lots, within the OCRE lots, and then run a mini competition. And also those took a couple of months. So yeah, we had cloud adoption, but it was steps, and it took a long time. So the outcome was 10 cloud adoption projects, tendered by a mini competition in OCRE framework, but we also had Earth observation projects. So with the Earth observation projects, we didn't have a framework contract, right? We didn't have that huge 40 lots, 473 contracts kind of vehicle. So what we needed to do is actually create a mechanism that was good, well, for the market to engage with, but also good for the projects and the researchers to engage with. So we actually came to something really simple. Some people know it as a 3-quote process. Well, it's a bit more complex than this, and it's called a multiple direct award, where you invite, because you're below threshold, below European Union threshold of the procurement, you invite 3 to 5 suppliers to say, hey, we have this project, would be really cool if you can send in a proposal. But yeah, this is also, again, a lengthy process, and it was really intensive for all the parties. I mean, yeah, just Dave told us some of the OCRE suppliers maybe hate us. Well, working with 15 mini competitions, sometimes 3 times at the same time, was really tiring for, I think, a lot of the OCRE suppliers. So thanks again, guys, for keeping up with us. Well, yeah. So what we did, we actually went to the European Commission and say, okay, so we have really good news. We're finally doing these 15 projects, but it is taking a lot of time. But we found that mechanism, we found that triangle, we solved that puzzle. But now we don't have enough time to spend the money because actually a lot of the money was still kind of sitting on our bank account with all the negative, results of that. Yeah, so we asked the Commission, please give us a bit more time. And well, thank God, actually, they offered us time. So we actually came a better model, like 2-in-1 model, and we called it the big OCRE adoption mini competition within the EU and the UK. So we did actually, what we did is actually, forced the two proposals, call for proposals and the mini competitions in one. So we actually procured directly at the suppliers and asking the suppliers, please find your projects for us because we don't have a lot of time. And also we think it's really good to have proactive market engagement to do for you, to actually have an incentive to do proactive sales within the community. So we actually asked that, and a lot of beautiful things happened. We got so many really interested persons, but also platforms and suppliers, institutions, and a lot of you are here, and I think that's really cool because, it's really cool to actually finally see you. But we also saved a lot of time. We saved a lot of energy because we only had to do this competition once, one big bang, and also hopefully with a continuously effect, because the suppliers, they're still talking to those researchers, they're still talking to that institution, also if they didn't win. So I really think that's great because that's one of the adoption results we were aiming for, right? So I'm not going to talk about this because, first of all, the suppliers, they can dream this, and also I think that's not very interesting. But it's good for you to know that we used several awarding criteria. We had the minimum of criteria that actually functions as knockout. So if you cannot fulfill that criteria, sorry, too bad, but we cannot work with you then. They were not really strict, but it's just minimum compliancy with VIT, etc. And this is like also how we scored an award. So, with the points, the 100, 85, 50, 20, 0. So focusing really much on that cloud adoption, that was so important. So this is what you see with the blue, right? This is all the things we asked. How are you going to provide cloud adoption? How does it look like? What does it look like? How are you going to work together? Provide the rules, the responsibilities within the project, and how are you going to make it sustainable? So, and of course, being a procurement person, you want to have value for money, and especially because it's our money, it's our community money. So, even more better. Final results. We had of this big one, we had responses of 14 suppliers within all the EU and UK lots. They were representing 9 platforms, which 4 are European. All the suppliers, they are European, right? Because, we are in Europe. We had 27 proposals. We had 40 cloud adoption supported by these area research and education institutions. I think it's really important to say that the first time around we had to actually agree upon an MOU with the institutions, but now they were actually providing us support letters. Like I want to actually be engaged with this cloud adoption and I support this project. So again, I think the most important results are the soft results. So not also the results that you're going to be actually presenting up. But from a procurement point of view, I think this proactive outreach that we had, this continuous market engagement, suppliers are actually finding the researchers now, and much more hopefully in the future. But I think we started something, and I still hear really good stories from the market, still saying, it was so cool that we actually had the incentive to reach out. So this is what we were adopting, and I hope, with further results in the future also. Room for improvement, there's always room for improvement. So I would love to actually make it easier for non-EU and non-UK research and institutions to actually, also get their piece of this, right? Because they did, and also you saw some presenting, like Serbia, the guy with the drones, non-EU, but he had to work with the University of Lusofna here in Lisbon, actually. So this is, we figured out how to work, being compliant with all the rules, but still, sometimes it felt a bit like a workaround. So it would be just really cool for in the future maybe to work, you know, over the borders and making it more easy for the researchers. And of course, where there are a lot of winners, there were still some people, some of the proposals we needed to reject it. And we hated that because we really liked all the proposals. So room for improvement will be to award more projects and to reject less. Knowing, you know, that this wasn't a unique project, I have no idea if we're going to have another chance, but, you know, in hindsight, this would be really great to actually achieve. Oh yeah, of course. Before we go to lunch, everybody knows there is another call. I'm not going to tell a lot about it because, well, we're in it. It's going to close the 16th of December, and it's for EO's future. This is where, you know, we are asking again the OCRE suppliers, because they did so good on the mini competition within OCRE, to actually well, demonstrate the distribution of cloud services and horizontal services. Kind of, you know, it's all for the EOSC. It's within EOS's future, our project. It is within the OCRE framework and the EU and the UK lots again. And just, I know you're working all really hard on that, and thank you in advance for that. We're looking forward to actually receive all your exciting proposals. And of course, well, we cannot see a lot about it right now because we're running it, but good luck. Last couple of days. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Monique, please, a round of applause. Okay, I think we have, well, we're exactly at 12, but we do have maybe a few minutes to accommodate questions. Okay, so we have our colleagues with microphones standing by. So also for the people in remote, please do raise your hands if you have any questions, or you can also send them via chat. But for now, okay, we have one question on the side over there. Please introduce yourself, let us know where you're coming from, and who in particular is the question addressed to. We can only accept questions for the OCRE speakers for now. Yes.
Hi, I'm Martin Jones. I'm from a company called Argans Limited. I'm an EO services supplier. I'd be keen to understand what is the financial split between the cloud services, the 30 projects, and the EO services, because it strikes me as a new observer to this, that this is a cloud-based idea, great idea, that had EO services as a kind of a minor afterthought. And I'm keen, clearly, to push an equal partnership there.
Right, so we have David over here. It's okay, she's approaching with the microphone.
Thanks. So, good question, because the OCRE project, it was divided quite equally between cloud services and EO services in concept, and the original grant agreement supported the notion that half of the adoption funding would go to one service and half to another. But when we actually started unpacking what it meant to procure Earth observation services on behalf of the institutes, and we realized the amount of time involved in running competitions, so tenders off of a framework, we just didn't have the time to distribute so many, distribute the funds to so many Earth observation projects. Also because the Earth observation services are less expensive, kind of less expensive. They required at far less scale than some of these really big compute and storage projects. We worked closely with the European Commission in how we felt we could, the number of projects we felt we could award in each call, and the lion's share did go to cloud services. But I think what we've seen with OCRE, I mean, we've all become a lot more familiar with Earth observation services. Hopefully we have driven a lot of visibility over Earth observation services. I think Earth observation services are fascinating. I also think there is the Earth observation services that are coming from suppliers like yourselves are also, the researchers consuming them are also needing to consume cloud services, so commodity, compute and storage and stuff like that. So it'd be really interesting to see the distribution of adoption funding to research projects that are consuming both services and a way of actually being able to distribute that. But it is a good point. And you know, we kind of explored as we went, and we kind of delivered on what we could deliver. And we think it was a great outcome. But you know, as Monique spoke about the fact that in the last calls, we had to exclude countries outside of the UK and the EU because of the VAT directive, and how important it is to us to kind of explore the VAT harmonization in those countries with the European directives to see if we can't distribute kind of more easily and a more compliant way across a broader region. So there is a lot that we still want to, you know, hopefully be able to do in subsequent projects through the EOSC, but good question. Not a short answer, sorry.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thanks, Martin. Do we have any other questions for our speakers, for our OCRE speakers? The floor is also open to members joining us from remote. Okay, if there are no questions, then thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in this first part of the day. Now we will head into lunch. So lunch is served at the Rio de Janeiro room, not the city, unfortunately. But I promise you, we have selected some yummy things for us to eat. So it's at the second floor, and please be back here at 1:30 p.m. So that's an hour and a half from now. Thank you all.
We're planning on using the public cloud as the main platform where we're developing research computing infrastructure.
Okay, we will be starting momentarily. Please take your seats. Thank you for making it on time. We'll be starting in well, ideally within a minute.
Research can be more productive.
Okay, so welcome back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed the lunch that we served at the Rio de Janeiro room. Now we will have the real-world cloud adoption stories and lessons for the future, which is being moderated or chaired by Monique Pelinkoff and Jan Meyer. So Jan, would you like to kick off the session?
Yep, I would. Thank you. I was asked to give a quick 5-minute introduction. So we've heard a lot about the OCRE project this morning, and to kind of like recap, so what OCRE was all about is figuring out how to give access at scale to researchers to commercial services through EOSC. Right? So OCRE was to figure out mechanisms for that, actually apply those mechanisms to concretely make available 2 types of services, Earth observation services and infrastructure cloud services, and stimulate the adoption of that. I was in charge of the adoption funding program, and a lot of the projects that came out of that we can see this afternoon, and I'm quite excited at that. So I'm not going to spend any more time on that, but I'd rather announce the first speaker. All the speakers have about 20 minutes, and not really a minute more because that comes out of the allotment of the next speaker. So first speaker is Joep Steegmans from Leiden University. He's an assistant professor in Department of Economics, which we found quite interesting. Not another physicist, but an economist. That was interesting. And his research focuses on online housing behavior. Joep, the floor is yours.
The time is running. Yes, mine as well. Yes, well, I will be presenting my user case, Housing Quests and Online User Search Evidence, because that provides us with the nice acronym HOUSE, and my research is all about online housing search. Yes, and before I can actually go into the OCRE part of the project, I have to introduce you, or at least give some backgrounds regarding my broader Funda project. And it's called a Funda project because I have user-generated data from the online housing platform Funda. And Funda is the by far largest online housing platform that we have in the Netherlands. I have part of their user-generated data, which covers roughly 10 terabytes of data, and the physicists and astronomers will probably think that that's a small data set, but for a mere economist, that's a lot, and I would even argue it's too much to start with. It is user-generated data because I have information on the website interactions. And the website interactions, think of mouse clicks, queries, etc. Those cover user behavior and even search behavior. There is clearly a lot of house information on Funda as well, houses, apartments. From my perspective, that is the data owned by the Dutch Association of Realtors. And I'm not providing a house perspective here, we're looking at user behavior, using the web, the mouse clicks, the queries, etc., and that makes it user-generated data, and traditionally you would describe this, in this particular case, as web analytics. It's all the website interactions that are registered, and Funda uses that for product development, but I'm going to make the case that there is so much more that you can do with that data. The ultimate goal is to look into the micro behavior of the individual platform users. I would even argue that's our holy grail. And we intended to start with that, but it turned out it's too difficult. We have to start by making use to make use of some aggregations in order just to get to know the data. Yeah? So therefore we decided to create municipal hit flows or municipal search flows where we look at a particular subset of the hits. And we look only at those hits that are directly related to an object, to a house or an apartment. Because then it's possible to provide 2 different types of location. We have the user location on the one hand, and we call that the origin, and we have the destination, which is the location of the object that is being viewed. And the first step that we did, we aggregated all of these hits into hit flows between municipalities. In the Netherlands, you have roughly 400 municipalities, so therefore for each time period we have 400 squared observations, which makes 160,000. But still, keep in mind the ultimate goal is the micro behavior. And currently within the OCRE project, or the OCRE project, I'm looking into 3 different sub-projects, and the first one we try to relate online housing search to real residential mobility. So we're trying to establish a relation between online behavior and real market outcomes. The second project is a little bit more advanced, and there we're estimating a matching function based on more advanced data. And the third project is looking into the micro-behavior of house buyers. So also a subgroup, not the users, house buyers specifically. And that's still at the data processing stage. I have some wonderful visualizations that I hope that I can show you in 15 minutes. But it's a cloud adoption story, so let's start there. In my case, Funda was the organization that decided that their web analytics service is Google Analytics. So as a starting point, the data was already in the Google Cloud. When I applied for the OCRE funding, it was not sure whether I could continue working with the Google Cloud or not. I know that, for example, AWS has some tools that would have facilitated migrating the 10 terabytes of data, but I can tell you I'm very grateful that it was possible to continue working in the Google Cloud. Yep. And therefore, the Italian link with TI Sparkle, which is the supplier in this case. Within the Google Cloud, I'm making use of the Google Cloud platform, and there you have different modules. And within those modules, I am mainly using two of them. The first is BigQuery. BigQuery is simply the tool that allows me to query the interrelational data sets, and that's exactly what the Google Analytics data is. Apart from that, clearly, I'm using a lot of data storage. And I've been playing around with different stuff as well. But if you look at the two cost drivers, it's BigQuery and the cloud storage. And over the years, so including everything prior to the OCRE funding, I think we spent about 25,000 euros on all the data processing. Then back to the first sub-project, and there the research question is, to what extent does online housing search behavior of housing platform users forebode real residential mobility flows? Or to put it in other words, can online search behavior be used to improve the modeling of real residential mobility flows? And if that is the case, do the effects of search behavior become stronger when you increase the seriousness of the platform users? Because I hope that you can imagine that a lot of platform users are using Funda merely for recreational purposes. In the Netherlands, we sometimes use the expression a Funda addiction, which hopefully helps you understand what's going on. I would say that probably 90% of all behavior on the platform is recreational, looking into the house of the neighbors, for example. Yeah, it honestly is. I could provide you with some theory, but I won't. The bottom line here is that data on online housing platforms, or if you will, online listing portals, is still relatively new. There's one study, the one by Ray from 2015, who used Rightmove data. It's basically the one exception. Still, the full potential is absolutely not yet used. There is so much more possible. Then, given that it is a paper about recreational mobility, there are two things that matter. You have to realize that labor market decisions are important as well. And apart from that, the amenity level of the municipality is very important. And it doesn't really matter whether it's accessibility, socioeconomic environment, or whatever. All of those can be captured by an indicator of the amenity level. So we have a very technical approach of including all the push and the pull factors of the different municipalities. Well, the data sets, the first one is the hit flow data set that I just introduced briefly. Apart from that, we also have data on the relocations, where are people moving to, and we have information on the number of commuters between the municipalities. And what you see here is a representation of 400 of these flows. And given that officially I'm working in the city of The Hague, I'm working in the city of The Hague, I've chosen the perspective of the municipality of The Hague. So if you look at the left map, you can immediately recognize The Hague right there. And you observe that most people from within the municipality of The Hague are clicking on objects in their own municipality. You can also recognize immediately that people are looking in the neighborhood of The Hague, and apart from that, they're looking in the larger municipalities. You can immediately spot Amsterdam, Utrecht, and Rotterdam as well. Yeah? If you look at the right graph, it's the opposite. So the left one is the outflow and the left one is the inflow. So the right map gives us a representation of those objects located within the municipality of The Hague. Where are the users located? Yeah? So in every time period, you have basically 400 of these maps. This table provides us with, well, the only thing I want to cover of this table is that it is possible to look into the seriousness of the users as well. We know exactly what each hit is. Therefore, we can identify certain actions that relate to seriousness. For example, we know it when a user is sending a message to the real estate agent. We know when they're looking up the telephone number. We even know when they are using the Funda tool to schedule a viewing. And there's even a subgroup of users that eventually registered themselves as the buyer of an object. And all of these relate to the seriousness of the users. Well, the same plots, but now for the relocations or the moves, the same for the number of commuters. And then the very simple model that we're estimating the number of moves or relocations as a function of the hit flow, the number of commuters, the distance between the municipalities that matters to a large extent, whether or not a flow is internal, so within the municipality borders, whether or not the municipalities are neighbors, whether or not they're located in the same province, and two sets of fixed effects. And those capture all these push and pull factors regarding the attractiveness of municipalities. Then, I think I'm fine. The results, and the first column provides us with the benchmark. So there, the search flow is not included. And if you look at the second column, there we've added the search flow variable. And you see that the model performs better. There's a small increase in the model fit, but much more important, you see that the newly added variable, the search flow or the hit flow, is highly significant. And the coefficient is almost 0.3. And if you look at the interpretation, it would be if you increase the search flow between two municipalities by 1%, the expected increase in the number of relocations is 0.3%, all else equal. So it's not even statistically highly significant, it's also economically very significant. It's a large effect. Then looking at the different columns, without going into details, it's where you have the increasing seriousness. So we have restricted the number of hits to be included based upon actions taken by the users. And what you see happening there is rather surprising. We see that gradually the effect decreases instead of increases to roughly 0.1. And we're not entirely sure yet what is going on, but my best hunch is that it has to do with measurement error, because you're restricting the underlying data set. You're reducing the number of underlying observations. That seems to be introducing measurement error, and therefore the estimated effect decreases. But still, it will be continued. I'm an economist, so lots of robustness checks, and I'm not going into details, but the bottom line is if we use different operationalizations, a different estimator, different samples even, the results, or the findings, I should say, the findings remain the same. So overall, the summary of the findings, the model with online search performs better than our benchmark model. The adjusted R² increases a little bit, and apart from that, our newly added variable is highly significant. The estimated effect, once more, the estimated effect is between 0.3 and 0.1%, depending on the subgroup of users that we look into. Once again, the estimates are extremely robust. It doesn't matter what estimator I use, the results remain the same. Conclusion, and that's the conclusion of paper 1. Online platform search behavior seems to be a good predictor of real residential mobility flows. So we haven't been able to, even at the aggregated level, to establish a relationship without going to too much detail into the data set. But still, even at the aggregated level, we can establish the relationship between purely online behavior and real market outcomes. The effect, however, and that's an important however, the effect does not increase with user seriousness. And I already indicated there might be some measurement error going on here. Finally, the findings are very robust and they do not depend on any of the methodological changes. Oops, this is the wrong presentation. Do you have the non-public version? Because I wanted to show you something that I cannot yet make public, but I also, and I can start the introduction at least, I can show you the advancements that we have made regarding the microbehavior. So we've been able to identify roughly 3,000 buyers. So of this particular subgroup of people, we know that they have actually bought a particular house. And then I need a wonderful graph, and I'll just think I will be fine. What you will see is one individual user. And it's one user that we follow over time. So it's almost 2 years. This individual user started using Funda in 2016 until June 2018. In that period, this person looked at roughly 1,250 unique objects on Funda. It is a representation of roughly 15,000 hits for the individual user. And then I have to say we did something incredibly smart. I honestly mean that. We decided, because on the vertical axis you will see the unique objects, and each object has a unique identifier. And we ordered those houses based upon the moment they were listed online on Funda. So the house with identifier 1 is the one that was listed first on Funda. So it was the house, the object, that was available first. Object 1250 was, of all the objects viewed by this viewer, it was the one that became available, or it was the one that was put last on the market. So therefore, in the figure, you will see that the top left corner is empty. You cannot click on objects that are not yet available. And what we hopefully will see very soon is that on the very first couple of days that this individual user started using Funda, they are searching like madmen. They are basically clicking on all the relevant objects that are out there. Within the first couple of days, they click on 400 unique objects, which is, I would say, insane. They're getting to know the market, and apart from that, they're probably discovering their preferences as well. And what you will then hopefully see in a moment, because now I'm talking in, well, nothing.
Yes, bear with us for a few more seconds.
Perfect. What you will see is that there is a shift towards what we describe as a new listing curve or the new listing frontier. A user, after a while, knows what is available. Therefore, they don't look anymore, or at least they look much less at the houses that are no longer available. They will start almost exclusively, especially towards the end, they only look at the new listings. And therefore you will see that the search intensity shifts towards this curve. Yeah? And I can already include, because I still need a couple of more seconds, we have included 2 particular objects. In blue, it's the house that this unique user is selling. So the day that the object that they are selling, the day that it comes online, they immediately click on it. And you will see in a couple of seconds exactly the same when they are buying their object. So I think the only thing we now need is the graph. So 15,000 hits, 1,250 unique objects, a period that is almost 2 years in time, and I can add that even that figure is an aggregation, because we have actually aggregated the hits into the number of hits per object per day. So if you see a larger dot, that implies that on that particular day, there was a lot of clicking going on that particular house. And the interesting thing is that we have seen roughly, at least my data engineer and I, we have seen roughly 3,000 of these graphs. And clearly there are differences. But generally, they all look the same. It doesn't matter whether they have looked, yes, that's it. Yes, this is the one. Perfect. And I hope that you do understand what's going on here. You have the search intensity at the very beginning. They're getting to know the market, the shift towards the new listings. You see the house that they're selling in blue. It was just on the market for a month. The house that they eventually bought in orange, although officially it's called chocolate. You see that within a month, they bought their new house. And you see that there's a kink in the curve. You see that there's a decrease afterwards. As soon as they found their house, they continue using Funda, but at a much lower rate. They just want to make sure that they bought the right house. That's what they're probably doing. 50 seconds left. That's wonderful. So this is what I will be working on for the next couple of years, but I just wanted to show you this. This is the advancements we've made. One individual user, 15,000 clicks, and I think this is the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you, Joep, and we have time for one question. No questions? Then I will have one question. Your project was selected on the impact that cloud services will make on your research. If you could give a short answer, so how did these commercial services help your particular research?
Yeah, that's what I should have told you. This would not have been possible without a cloud service. The different cloud services would have been an option, but we need the commercial cloud service. Especially in the beginning, the university was basically suggesting like, okay, just download the data, put it on a hard drive and use the facilities that we have. It's 10 terabytes of data. Within the economics department, and I would say mostly university, we don't have the facilities. So it's so much more flexible. I'm making use of the fact that currently we're not using a lot of, we generated our data set, so I'm not using the cloud that often. That means we're spending almost nothing at this time. So as soon as we start a new data set, we will be using it a lot, we will be querying, we will be burning money, but at this time we won't. So it's a very scalable, flexible solution, and without the cloud it would not have been possible. That's the short version. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Joep. So the next one is Niam Heinz from the University of Galway. Niam Heinz is a endovascular surgeon with specialist fellowships training in complex aortic surgery, working at Galway. In the University of Galway, she works as a funded investigator at CUREM, a Science Foundation, Ireland's research center for medical devices. Thank you, Niam.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really lovely to be in a room of such diverse ideas. I'm so used to being focused in the medical device area, so it's lovely to hear other interesting things. So our project is the Virtual Aorta, and as you heard from introduction, I'm a vascular surgeon with a specialist interest in aortic surgery. And we come up against a lot of issues in day-to-day clinical practice in aortic surgery. Most are based around surveillance and imaging. And we wanted to make this a lot more efficient. And so I'm working with Andy, who will give the second part of this talk, I suppose, maybe really to indicate just how multidisciplinary this project is and how much of a tag team we have going. But we wanted to use AI to make our clinical life a lot easier, but ultimately our patients an awful lot safer. So what we're doing in the Virtual Aorta project is that we're working with a multidisciplinary team of computer scientists, of clinicians, but also bioengineers, and we're working together with industry to try and build these tools that will give us intelligent predictors of when we are likely to have an acute aortic event, which will lead to an aortic death. Is this important? Well, yes. 167,000 people die each year from aortic disease. 2030, that will be 250,000. If you consider that that's more than died in either France, Spain, Germany, Italy, or the UK from COVID, then yes, this is a significant problem. The issue with aortic disease is a lethal disease if we allow it to dissect or we allow the aorta to rupture. And if that happens, you've got an 80% chance of dying in the community. That's dying before you can reach a hospital. If we can treat it on time, you've got an 80% chance of survival. The issue with aortic disease is that it's diagnosis. So 50% of aortic dissections are actually misdiagnosed. And if you think about what the differential diagnosis is, it's either a heart attack or a clot to the lung, both of which are treated with blood thinners. Now, if you have a hole or a tear in your aortic wall, the main blood vessel in your body, you don't really want to have blood thinners and making the bleeding all the more efficient. What's also interesting about aortic disease is, like a lot of vascular disease is thought to be a disease of the elderly, but this is not the case. Aortic disease is actually, it affects young people as well. And 11% of maternal deaths from cardiovascular causes are actually caused by aortic dissection. Why are they getting the 50% error rate? Well, for fairness to our radiological colleagues, the number of CTs and MRI scans that we're doing now is rising exponentially. But the number of radiologists to report those scans is not rising at the same rate at all. So currently, these are NHS data. Working in the NHS, a radiologist, if they were to review every single scan that was done during their shift, then they would have 2 to 3 seconds to report and to review those scans. So for fairness to them, it's no wonder, it's a wonder that they're not getting more errors than they actually are. And in making those guys work harder is not going to make this any easier. It's actually going to increase their error rate. The interesting thing about aortic disease is that once you have an aortic event, you are stuck with us for life. So you will either have an additional complications from that index event, or else you'll go on to develop aortic disease at other areas within your aorta. It's no wonder then that patients with aortic disease have double the mortality of age-matched controls at 5, 10 and 20 years after their index event. And they've 2 to 3-fold increased risk of non-aortic cardiovascular disease, i.e. their heart is affected. And that means that something we're doing, so either the surgeries we're doing or the stent grafts we're implanting are actually doing something to adversely affect the heart. We need to find different ways of treating this. What's also interesting with it is that these patients, even if you take out the ones that die at their initial presentation, and you just look at the 80% survivors, these guys continue to have worse outcomes in terms of aortic death and in terms of cardiovascular events. What's really disappointing about aortic disease is that in every single other area of cardiovascular disease, without exception, we are seeing increases in survival. So over the last 2 decades, we have seen consistent improvement in survival of cardiovascular disease, with the exception of aortic disease. Over the last 4 years, we've seen absolutely no improvement in outcomes from aortic disease. It's not that we're not trying. I promise you we are. We're doing more procedures than we have ever done before. The volumes are definitely higher, and we're doing more innovative stuff like endovascular or keyhole surgery. The issue is that the volume of patients that we're seeing. So today, for example, if we look at an aortic clinic, we could have 35 to 40 patients at a clinic. Maybe 5 or 10 of those are new patients. All the rest of them are under surveillance. We survey them, we do cross-section imaging on them year after year after year. Any one of those clinics would have 2 consultants, 2 advanced fellows, 2 to 3 registrars, nurse, ancillary staff, and that makes for a very, very expensive. Maybe 2 or 3 of the patients that we actually see actually need us within the foreseeable future. So it would be nice if we could get ways in which we could survey them more efficiently and more cost effectively. The other thing that's an issue with surveillance of aortic disease is that we're surveying the wrong thing. We're looking at aortic diameters and deciding, as if the aorta was a balloon, that once you reach a certain diameter by the law of Laplace, you will burst. I have never, in all my years, opened an aorta that it looked burst into pieces. There's always a discrete area that has eroded, much like a riverbank as the blood flows through it. We have a cutoff point of 5.5 centimeters, as if you reach a cliff edge and the minute your aorta hits 5.5, you burst. That does not happen. I've seen aneurysms rupture at 4 centimeters. I've seen people have aneurysms when they're 20 centimeters and they're not ruptured. But what we do know is that the aorta is not an inert tube. We treat it like it is an inert tube, that it simply allows the flow of blood from the heart to the peripheries. It works to pulsate and to push blood from the heart to the peripheries. It's part of a system, and it's an integral part of that system that's beating and functional. What we do know is that if we look at things like computation analysis, which an area that I've worked in a lot throughout my research career. And we know that if we do computational fluid dynamics or finite element analysis or fluid structure interaction models looking at the aorta and the stent grafts that we put in, we know that things like shear stresses, pulse wave velocities, wall shear stresses are so much more important and so much more informative, and they will actually pinpoint the area in the aorta that's going to rupture, not just tell us if it's going to rupture. The reason that we don't use these tools is that they take so long. So, for example, a computational fluid dynamic model of an aortic dissection can take 150 hours on a supercomputer. If I've got somebody down in the ER who has come in with an acute dissection, I can't afford to give 150 hours while I'm deciding what to do with them. So that's where AI comes in, and that's where this project is really focusing. So, as I've said, we've got a really dynamic team, and we've got a really interdisciplinary team. So we have clinicians, both vascular surgeons and cardiologists, and we have computer scientists and we have bioengineers. And it's not just us. We work with industry partners, and we also work with other clinicians around Europe, well, in the UK and Liverpool where I worked, and also in Milan, as not only as advisors and as KOLs who can also bring this technology out into their practices, but also as external validators for some of the work that we do. In terms of where we are as the core clinical partners, we're working through the affiliated hospital with the University of Galway, which is in the Ilcha Hospital Group. So this is the biggest trust within the country. Catchment area of about 1 million people, covers 1/3 of the landmass, 7 different hospitals, nearly 2,000 beds. And we're working then with external validators in Liverpool, as I say, where I worked, which is the largest aortic centre in the UK, and also with partners in Milan. So what exactly are we going to do, or how are we going to improve aortic survival? Well, first of all, we've got about 1,500 aortic images or cross-sectional CT scans, both index CT scans, but also surveillance or longitudinal data that we're curating and putting into libraries. We're also taking all of the clinical data that is associated with that. So is this person hypertensive? Are they smokers? Are they male or female? The sort of things that we know influence aortic expansion and ultimately aortic failure. And we're capturing that on the cloud. Then we're taking the data of these CT scans, and we're going to do with them what I do on a regular basis in day-to-day life, and we're going to measure them. So what we do is we currently use some software from Terrecon, where these images we put in the DICOM files, they're segmented, and we get 3D rendering, and then we're able to measure them. We can do stretch views, and we take measurements at various different diameters, various different lengths. It's quite a detailed process, and once we've taken all those measurements, then we take the different devices that we implant, and we build modular devices. So when we're putting in a stent graft, we could put in, the minimum is 2, we could put in up to 10, 12 different pieces, and all the different permutations that go with that. And we use 5 different graft manufacturers. So you can just imagine the vast number or arrays of different stents, diameters and lengths. So we choose, based on our experience, which ones to implant. I dare say that machines could do that a lot more efficiently, which is why we're working with Andy and the team at Insight. Then we're going to try and automate that process and automate the case planning process. But then we're also going to take that data that we're gleaning and see, can we come up with some predictors of aortic rupture. We're going to externally validate that with our partners in Milan and Liverpool, and all the data that we're taking from Milan and Liverpool as we're validating, we're going to upload into that cloud as well. So we're capturing lots and lots of imaging and clinical data on these patients, making our risk predictor tools all the more accurate and more likely to be true. But that's just morphologies. And I say looking just at the aorta from a morphological perspective is not good enough. We know that we want to look at it from a hemodynamic perspective. So what we're doing is we're taking all of those computation models that our bioengineers so expertly do to build their in silico test beds, not only to predict rupture, but also to look at how devices perform within the aorta. And we're using surrogate modeling, AI tools, or machine learning tools, to make that an awful lot more efficient, thereby building test beds that will not only be used for diagnostics, but will also be used to develop the next generation of medical devices. And I've circled right round to say why somebody from Curem, the Centre of Medical Devices, is working on something like this. So that's me presenting the problem. Andy will now show you the solution.
Thanks, Niamh. So I'm going to talk about how we are going to use cloud services in order to achieve the solution. So Niamh mentioned very clearly the problem, which is that computational modeling is very, very inefficient computationally. So we have to solve this problem through rather ingenious use of cloud services, essentially. So, well, first I should mention that this is probably proof that this method is actually effective in a clinical environment as well. So, aortic surveillance within the cloud. So I'm going to talk about 3 different places in which we were going to utilize the cloud services. Storage, which is obviously, CT scans are very, very large objects. So what we've seen is roughly about 950 gigabytes per CT scan, which is obviously a substantial size in terms of storage. It's not necessarily to use all aspects of that CT scan as well. So, you know, looking at pre-processing those images to isolate the bits that are most important for somebody like Niamh in a clinical setting. But also the fact that those CT scans are not necessarily going to be interacted with constantly. So we want to be able to introduce a layer above that where the annotation will occur on the CT scan in a clinical environment. We're looking at compute, obviously. So when it comes to the computational modeling, Niamh mentioned it was approximately 150 hours to come up with that model. So I'm going to talk about how we're going to use the compute services within the cloud, within AWS, in order to manage that. And then also, you know, CT scans come from a clinical setting. So the transfer of that information onto the cloud in order to be processed, the security of that information, obviously it's patient data, is paramount. So we couldn't do any of these things realistically with local services. So these are all really core aspects of cloud services that allow us to actually progress the research. So cloud storage challenges. So as I mentioned, 150 gigabytes each, approximately. So what our approach here is to store the CT scan using AWS Glacier. So that means we're not going to be interacting constantly with the entirety of the CT scan itself. But we are going to be looking at the computational modeling outputs continuously. So that's obviously we're going to store that in a data lake. So requesting and getting a response from the data lake in order to determine and visualize the computational modeling outputs. And then the data analytics outputs as well, we're going to store this in Amazon AWS S3 data lake services as well. So like AWS services are really going to solve core problems around storage that we will have, that if we were using local servers, local supercomputers to store this data, it just wouldn't allow us to do so much more what we would like to do with this. Obviously as well, we're looking at the Glacier storage because it's cheaper and we're not interacting with it constantly. So it allows us far more efficient use of our credits as well. The compute challenges, so we have the computational modeling. So this is the 150 hours worth of processing time. Our aim is to reduce that to be near real time or real time for a clinical setting. So our approach to this is to utilize our experience with surrogate modeling. So this is basically emulating the process in which you've achieved a certain output from your computational modeling and allowed it to be far more flexible and deployable in a real-time environment. So obviously it's a cyclical approach, and we're using Amazon SageMaker to do this. So again, SageMaker will allow us to scale up when we're looking to do this surrogate modeling, and then deploy the model at the end of that, and then scale down our use of Amazon SageMaker after that. So it's a cyclical approach. So we take the computational modeling output, sample it, construct a model, do some active learning on it, until we get an emulation that is effective to be used within a model deployment for real-time interaction. So again, the SageMaker is central to this because it allows us to scale up and scale down once we're happy with the model that we've produced. And then cloud security and data transfer architecture. So we're working with patient CT scans. They've been anonymized before they get to us, but it's still sensitive data. Sorry, I'm running out of time. Okay. So this is something that we're on a local service. We wouldn't be able to utilize such effective services for security, and the secure transfer is incredibly important when the model is actually deployed as well, because that's live patient data as well. So a local service just wouldn't be able to fit into the architecture that we actively need while working with the hospital. So these are our deliverables at the end of the project. So databases, obviously, really valuable information. A lot of medical device companies wouldn't have access to the types of CT scans and patient information that would, so that's a really valuable output. AI tools for clinicians, so that's, as mentioned, the rapid diagnosis and sizing for stent grafts, etc. Research, so there's huge opportunity for new research paths out of this. So I would imagine that there's many other projects that will be spawned out of at the end of this sort of a project, and then ultimately to come up with a risk score for a specific patient at the end of all of this. Now, so this is the end result that we have, a visualization of the actual aorta as well for clinical use in real time. I think that's it. Thanks very much.
So are there any urgent questions? Because we actually wanted to go to the next one, but if there are any urgent questions for Andy, for Niam? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andy and Niam.
I think I'm going to use the privilege as session chair because I do have a question. You said that the response time of the radiologist was, what was it, reduced with something like 63%? Mm-hmm.
When a radiologist was to report in every scan that went across their workstation in a particular shift, they have 2 to 3 seconds to both review that scan and report it. So, and then their error rate's about 1.25.
Okay, so the error rates went down.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, right, excellent. Thank you. So, our next speaker is remote, Stefano Angioni from the University of Bath. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I'm here. Don't know if you can see me.
Stefano, are you with us?
Yes.
To the AV team, could you please check and make sure Stefano is able to project audio from Zoom? Could you try speaking again, Stefano?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now, yes.
Loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Then
I have a bit of an echo.
Sorry, yeah, there's a bit of echo. Okay, could you do another mic test, please?
Hello? Yeah. It's okay.
okay, and I'm guessing that you're having a presentation that you're gonna share.
All right, so please share your screen.
Can you see that?
Okay, just give us a few moments for us to project into the room.
So, it seems that something's happening. So, Stefano is from University of Bath. He's a senior cloud HPC developer and heads up the research computing team there of specialist HPC developers, research software engineers, external project consultants, etc. And he's responsible for the operation of their university's supercomputing environments and research software engineering support. And he's going to present on the project that they've done, which is around exploring new high potential two-dimensional materials. And we did see a sneak preview of that early this morning when they were talking about graphene. So.
Okay, Stefano, we can now see your presentation.
Yep.
You may now begin.
And we see you. So, Stefano, you have 20 minutes starting now.
Okay, perfect. Yep, so I'll be presenting this work on behalf of myself and Daniel Roberson, who's a professor in chemistry and works in the Center of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology. So the University of Bath, we're a public research university with a strong focus on technology and science. We're consistently one of the top 10 universities in the UK, and we have about 20,000 students from 147 nationalities. That's a cool stat. Okay, so the on-prem HPC challenge is that you have to replace your system every 6 to 7 years. You have a fixed and aging system during that time. This, of course, means that you also have long queues slowing down the research because you have a finite system, and the research instead needs to evolve at pace. So our ambition, we have the ambition of having cutting-edge computational facilities. We want flexible and scalable resources that can change upon the needs of our users. We also want to grow our user base, and we want a diverse user base, which means people from many departments. And we also want to, and overall, we want to increase our capabilities and productivity. So we've moved to the cloud for our HPC as a way of turbocharging the research. The cloud is highly flexible and offers on-demand computing. Computational environments can evolve based on what the cloud is offering. We can have modern and cutting-edge technology. You're always at the forefront of the technology. These solutions are cost optimized, so basically they get the best cost out of the system. And overall, we can also offer a cost transparency to our users because these rates are normally publicly available. So we offer a diverse offering. So we offer some on-premise solutions still. Mainly, one is a tier 2 system, which we're part of, which is called Isambard, and it's part of 4 universities in the UK, in the United Kingdom. And then we have some on-prem systems, which I'll discuss. Actually, I'll discuss those in the next couple of slides. So this is the solution. The solution we're providing is based on the OCRE framework. We're using Phoenix as a distributor and Microsoft Azure as our cloud provider. And on the right of this slide, you can see some of the tools that we're using. so using Azure DevOps to do deployments, EasyBuild to build the software, CycleCloud as an orchestrator, and Slurm as a job scheduler. So we took a phased approach, and we have actually identified 3 phases. The first phase has been completed, and it's we call that phase Janus, like the Roman god of change. That was basically a lightweight cloud environment for selected user groups. And phase 2 is more of a functional resilient platform. And then phase 3, we're looking at non-traditional HPC groups and to optimize and tune the environment. The phase 1 system is quite a traditional system. Users log in via SSH. We have a single node, which is log in a scheduler. We have a set of compute nodes. These compute nodes are virtual machines, so they're not kind of physical machines, but there's kind of a lot of them, and they only get started when they need it, and so you pay what you use. We're using, as I mentioned, Azure CycleCloud and Slurm as job schedulers. Our Nimbus platform, it basically is based on the learning that we had from our Janus platform. We improved the resilience. We have an improved life cycle model to improve the availability. We're doing better monitoring, and we're managing the costs and the controls better, and we have more storage options. Now to move more into the problem that the chemical side, and these are slides from my colleague Daniel Robertson, and I hope to give the merit. So nanoscience and 2D materials, well, they can be thought of as a bag of licorice of all sorts. You have the rods, you have tubes, you have core shell spheres. This is a little man. It's a quite nice video that you might watch on YouTube. It's actually made out of atoms. And then you have basically quantum wells, which is a layered 2D materials. So nanoscience is not all about graphene, actually. There's thousands of more materials that we can make if we wish. And this is an example from Wikipedia, basically where you can just basically create materials of different characteristics. And actually, with having these different materials, you can basically build materials as insulators, semiconductors, superconductors. So layering these materials in different ways, you can basically create materials with different properties. So this is the excitement in the field. Why is 2D materials important? Well, the UK funding definitely, UK funding priorities engineering definitely thinks they're important, because they appear under many of these different funding categories. They appear under energy, digital economy, engineering, healthcare, manufacturing, physical sciences, and quantum technologies. Basically, though, please note that we are still under the proof of concept and the lab validation phase. So there's some of these materials basically many of these materials have not reached the marketplace yet. So these are studied in mainly using X-ray photoemission beams in synchrotrons. So there's a couple of examples here where my colleague Daniel gathers his data. Diamond synchrotron in UK, the Electro synchrotron in Italy, and the Soleil synchronization in France. And as you see, on the right, there's a physical phenomena of how basically it works, and I will not delve into that, but you can see some links there on how that works. So the main thing here is that materials like tantalum, they're composed of these blue bits. These are actually selenium. And you see here, there's 3 types of atoms. There's an R, a tail, there's basically a tip, a ring, and a center. And these different atoms, they will have different spectra emissions, photo emission spectra, as you can see in the image. And so you can basically think of, you can understand the properties of the material looking at the spectra, and the opposite way, so you can build materials with certain properties again, via, well, you can understand the behavior is via the spectra. And the physics again on the right. So what is the role of HPC? You can see that these images are 3D images, and they're very, very complex images. On the top, you find you can see the measurements versus the theory versus the simulations. And so the HPC comes in because we generate large and expensive data sets of highly topical materials. These have to be modeled at the best of their ability to extract the maximum information for understanding, because they're very expensive to gather. So we need to work quite quickly in order to get the results. And it's quite appropriate to do this to work within an experimental group. So have postgrads work with you and work both on the theory and an experiment. And then it's also exciting to involve these maybe undergrads as appropriate. And HPC is not necessary for them, but it's very, very important for the real problems. I have to say that Daniel involved quite a lot of undergrads in this project, and that was one of the main aims of the project, to demonstrate that you can do HPC with undergrads and involve them, and with high performance computing. So so quite a few interesting things came out of this work, various publications, and a few new tricks, as this is one of Daniel's papers. So I'll leave, you can have a look at that paper later if you want. So this is a bit on the calculation side. The first step is an approximation of the ground state electronic wave function and energy for fixed configuration of some atoms. So every physical, well, everything has a ground state behavior. Yeah, every atom, every kind of molecule. And then you can obtain the forces between these atoms and how they can move. And so basically then you obtain an equilibrium model of the crystal. From the forces near equilibrium, you can obtain the vibrational frequencies of the crystal, which is also, and this is what basically one of the things that you can measure using the synchrotrons I showed you earlier. From the electric structure, we can calculate then the energy bands. And so if the material is a metal, a semiconductor, and so basically you can understand what type of material it is. Then we can also ask how the vibrations affect the energy bands. And this is quite a hot topic for experimentalists. And we can do this also for other structure with defects. So what happens if you have missing atoms, or if you have multi-layered crystals and mixtures, etc. And then we do not limit ourselves to real crystals, but you can also basically try to discover new interesting crystals. Basically, you can try to discover new materials. And so to predict the behavior of these materials from real data, actually. So in terms of the simulations themselves, we used we used code based on the density functional theory, which is probably one of the most successful theories ever developed. This basically was brought the Nobel Prize in chemistry in 1998 to Walter Koen. And there's various software that we used based on the density functional theory model. Density functional theory, I mean, I read that there's 20 papers in the top 100 ever published, and 2 in the top 10 ever published are based on density functional theory. 3 of the software that Daniel used in his research are CASTEP, VAST, and Quantum Espresso. But he actually focused more on the Quantum Espresso side, which is because it's really easy to install on desktops, small servers, up to actually even on HPC systems. The libraries typically used are BLAS, LAPACK, FFTW, OpenMPI, so it can scale across many nodes. And these are standard, very well developed libraries. There's also quite a lot of post-processing software around and extensions. And here there's mention of 2, Wayner 90 and Yambo, I think we pronounce it that way. And Quantum Express was actually a GNU license, open source, although we didn't modify the source, but you can basically ask requests, put in change requests and so forth. So the competitive tasks were to approximate the ground state electronic wave function and energy for some fixed configuration of some atoms. This is an n cubed problem when n relates to the system size, which includes a number of atoms, a number of bands, which is related to the number of electrons, and the number of plane waves, which is also called the base set. So it's quite a computationally, you can understand that's quite a computationally demanding problem. As soon as n becomes quite big, hence you need supercomputers to do it. So for large volumes of vacuum either side of a 2D lobe, as you can see below in the picture, the base set becomes very large, independent of other factors. And this is a bit too complex a topic to give more detail here. But the main point is that publication quality results can require significant escalation of the resources required. So basically it means that you need to model a lot of empty space as well to be sure that your models are valid, the results are valid. So this is what I showed you before. So this is the numerical data against the theory. And as you see, it's quite a good mapping. So just to re-emphasize, the role for high performance computing is that we need to generate, so the models generate large and expensive experimental data sets on high topical materials. These deserve to be modeled at the best of our ability to extract the maximum information understanding. And we need to work quickly, hence the availability of the cloud. In the cloud, you can fit, we had many different nodes available. So the students, as soon as they want to do this work, the nodes were immediately available for them. There's no waiting time. And so the work could be carried out really quickly. And so it was available for publication. And that's one of the main benefits that we found for our move to the cloud. And I think I went a little bit fast in these slides. Maybe I didn't time it too well, but yeah. If you have any questions, I'm available, to ask any questions. I can't hear you. Okay, now I can hear.
So yeah, you were indeed a bit quick. So we basically have 4 minutes for questions from the audience. Wow. Does anyone have a question? Dave?
So,
I think you're going to need a microphone, otherwise he won't be able to hear you.
So ever since we've been working with OCRE, we've spoken about the use of cloud compute for scalability with the European HPC centers, and it just seems like a no-brainer. Have you worked with a lot of other institutes across Europe in actually designing the solution, scaling up the solution, or have you worked kind of quite internally? Are there any other case studies using cloud compute for HPC? It just does sound like a very compelling solution.
So I've had lots of conversations with people particularly in the UK, in terms of cloud for HPC. So there's some conversations ongoing. People are considering it. I think there is a kind of moment when you need to switch. Many times you have an on-premise solution which has a finite lifetime. So there is a kind of a window of opportunity to do the switch. We've also developed something I did not mention here, our own account management system for managing budgets, for managing access to the cluster. It's a self-service system. And we've had a lot of interest in that as well.
Thanks, Stefano. That's great. And yeah, I think I've seen you present on the system that you use to optimize the costs in terms of the cloud services. So yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Great, thank you.
Yep. And a follow-up question on that. So do you think that this is going to replace your local HPC system? Or
we
is
have
it going to be
actually
like complementary?
we have actually replaced our local HPC system, so we are cloud first. So we offer, on-prem we could offer 3 types of compute. In the cloud we're offering 42 types of compute, just to give you an idea. And there's 400 types of compute in the cloud, in most cloud providers.
There's another question coming up. Thanks for that.
Hi. So, as I saw, you are using the cloud quite quite well and for important things. My question is, because we were discussing this previously, did you have to change to shift your mindset in terms of budget allocation, shifting from capex to opex to do this, or it has been just smooth and easy? Because this is one of the problems that mainly institutions have. They are just focused on capex because normally this is the model they are used to on capex, and so when it shifts to opex, they don't know how to do in the best case, but in the worst case they are scared.
Yeah, so we had a mixed kind of model. We were OPEX, but in our OPEX, so we used to charge the users, premium users, to users where we used to give a higher priority in the queue. But we didn't used to charge them for everything. There was a lot of hidden costs. So we've definitely had to talk to our users and explain, well, kind of, it's more of working with them to explain how the different model is. But I think it will take a few months for them to get used to the model, but it's not going to be, for us at least, a very big change. Also because we have, like I said, developed this solution where they can see and manage their costs. They can see how much they're spending. They can allocate resources, and yeah. So it's definitely a different way of working, but we've managed to do it, and it's working fine for us.
And with that, our time is up. Thanks again, Stefano, and good luck further on with your new way of working. Thanks.
Thank you.
And next up, well, the man has been introduced already, and Andy Donald, but now he's not going to talk about imploding aortas, but he's going to talk about air pollution apps and how those will help us monitor
air quality. Thanks very much. Yep. Thank you very much. So you get to hear from me again because of my obvious addiction to cloud services. So now, where's my
okay, please give us a few moments
sure, yeah.
to put it up. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm with the Insight Centre in Ireland. It's a Science Foundation Ireland funded centre of comprised of 4 different universities. So looking at essentially data science, various different topics that we specialise in. I, in particular, I lead the unit for applied innovations. So my focus is entirely on taking the science coming out of the Research Institute and making it applicable for within an academic or an industry setting. So obviously cloud services are really basically the most important tool that I see over the coming years in applying many of much of the science that comes out of the research institutes that comprise of Insight. So that's my main role. I'm going to talk about StreamAir, which is one of the larger projects that we've been working on in the last couple of years, and it's particularly important because it covers air pollution, which is obviously a huge topic at the moment, but also the research that we've done to date in producing the StreamAir application is more or less came to a standstill at the end of the second phase that we had, the second year of the research, because the limitations that we had on our local implementation for a number of reasons. And it's just important to focus on this because cloud services obviously completely shattered that issue for a number of reasons. And I'm going to talk about those reasons. So I'm not going to go specifically very much into the actual science behind the projections that we do on the actual within the modelling for the air quality. I'll mention them and talk about them, but what I want to focus us on is how cloud services allowed us to progress the project and what we're planning on doing with those cloud services. So just to talk about, so this is a collaboration between the Data Science Institute in Galway in the west coast of Ireland with the Centre for Climate and Air Pollution Studies in the University of Galway as well. So it's an academic project that we've been working on together for about 2 years. We produced the StreamAir application. It basically produces a projection for daily air quality across a number of different metrics. So it uses the standard EU Air Quality Index as its main projection for daily air quality, but it also produces a number of specific metrics around CO2 levels, sulfates, and so on. So it has a range of air quality products. And it also looks to forecast assessments of short-term climate forces. So, you know, so it's a very valuable application that was produced. It's produced on local servers. So the model that does the daily forecasting is is running on a local server now. So it's a deep learning model. It starts running at about 5 a.m. and produces the forecast. Dependent on the complexity of the forecast, a little bit inconsistent. Approximately about 2 hours later, so that's when we populate the forecast, and the app starts showing the daily forecast for the air quality for Europe. So I'll just talk briefly about the collaborators. So CCAPS, it's a group within the University of Galway. So they look at various different challenges to global pollution and how they will impact human and planetary health. And the Data Science Institute within the University of Galway. So as I mentioned already, we're looking at various different methods about how to use research outputs from the Data Science Institute and apply them in real world projects. So just the StreamAir v2 features that we had at the start of this project, basically before cloud services were introduced. So it has high resolution capabilities down to 1 kilometer for all of Europe. Yeah, as mentioned, it extends to all European boundaries, and I'll talk about future plans for cloud services and how they expand across Europe as well. So it presents short-term climate forcing real-time data as well, and it looks at the various different aerosol metrics that are forecast on a daily basis. So it also looks at weather data as well. So weather can obviously have an impact on the spread of particulates or some of these air quality issues. And it also produces an air quality index, and it can look at ash cloud forecasts as well. And it produces a set of statistical data and analytics on those standard air quality products. And it has an AI warning system, basically, to a local level, So the app can tell you that, you know, essentially that there's air quality issues within the region that you're using the app. So if we look at what we're planning on doing, in particular using the cloud services. So I should mention first of all that the local services that are used to produce the existing application are extremely troublesome. First of all, the limitations on the actual modelling itself. So I mentioned the time it takes. That's obviously something that it gives us a very real limitation on how we're going to improve the model, etc. It also, I don't know if anybody is familiar with security issues within universities, but in late 2021 we had a cybersecurity breach within the university, and it was essentially one of the ransomware systems. So, you know, it obviously wasn't nothing to do with our deployment or anything like that, but it was within the university network. So for about I think it was about 6 to 8 weeks, all non-cloud-based services were shut down within the university. So that meant we had two months where we couldn't access any of the local servers. So when it came back up again, we had new security protocols within transfer of data inwards into the university. So that meant we had to come up with an incredibly complex system of transferring data from external to internal servers in order to produce the daily forecasts. So again, that led us to the dead end that we had at the end of the project. We just couldn't rely on our local services anymore, and we were totally stuck in any sort of future directions that we had planned previously. So I'm going to talk about version 3 now, which is what we're scaling up at the moment. So the first thing that we're going to do is take the local model and first of all look at producing a more efficient model, and also to host it exclusively on the cloud. Second of all, it's to validate that model performance. It's way easier to validate when it's cloud-based, and we can have it as a service. And to look at incorporating satellite data on top of it as well, in terms of the validation of the actual performance of the metrics that are outputted on a daily basis. And then we're going to look at model-based scenarios. So we have the model that's a standard model that produces the projection on a daily basis, but what we were particularly interested in is sort of global events and how we might model those in order to quickly kind of produce a model that will examine a specific scenario. So one of the things that we were planning on doing is looking at European policies around climate change. So they get updated quite a bit. And as they're updated, we were looking to model the impact of those changes in policies and how they might look if all of the targets were achieved for those policy updates. So essentially, we could say we can have parallel models saying current versus if we achieved the climate change policies from coming out of the EU, and show the impact on how those policies might be represented on a daily basis. We're also looking at the reduction of diesel engines, etc. So that was one of the conversations or the project the plans that we had was basically to look at how the change in air quality will look essentially if we reduced our diesel engines by a certain percentage and so on and so forth. Also, one of the questions that we had recently, I mentioned geopolitical events. Obviously, the situation in Ukraine, the air quality that comes from such a large-scale conflict within Europe. We wanted to be able to produce a model for something like those geopolitical scenarios that are occurring constantly throughout, throughout the year or years. Again, we were able to show volcanic ash, and that's also another scenario that we would like to basically allow. So we have a kind of a suite of 8 to 12 scenarios that we would like to have the possibility of scaling up our cloud services in order to host those specific scenario models, in order but also to produce the app on an open source level, so that people can potentially produce their own scenarios as well. And also, one of the things I mentioned previously was that it's scaled to 1 kilometre. One of the main questions that we have constantly is, can I see my specific local area, basically my road, and what the air quality looks like for that? So we're looking at scaling down further, down to perhaps a 50-metre scale as well. So that's obviously, we couldn't do that with our local services that we had. So we have the option of enabling those cloud services to increase that scale. So I'm going to talk about how we're utilizing the cloud services. So obviously I'm going to go talk about storage and compute. So another limitation that we have, that we had on the local services was that our daily projection or 3-day projection or weekly projection, that data was essentially thrown away constantly. So we couldn't maintain a historical data set. What we have now is the possibility of enabling the scaling up of our storage services in order to allow for that historical data to be stored, which obviously will open up a huge amount of avenues for further research, which I'll talk about in a minute. And also the compute aspects of cloud services. So looking at those scenarios, so currently we can only have one scenario using the local server, which I should add was bought at quite expensive, and actually was didn't really fully actually fulfill what we thought it was going to do originally. So there's a lot of wasted money, whereas obviously in the cloud we can scale that up or down as we need. But the compute is really important because those scenarios that I talked about previously, we can scale up as we introduce more scenarios. We can remove scenarios. We have far more flexibility when it comes to actually utilizing those compute services. So you might see here you can have a view of the app. This is one of the forecast metrics displayed for a specific day. So you can probably go and download the app, or you can view it on a browser as well. So it's downloadable from Apple and Google stores. But as I mentioned, so we get our daily forecasts, and they're approximately about 150 megabytes per day. So we throw all of that data and throw away all that data. So what we're essentially going to do is not do that anymore. So services, perfect model for scaling that up. Again, the usage of that historic data, so we can look at improving our models. We can look at visualizing geopolitical trends over time, and again look at the impact of EU climate policies over time as well. So we can trace back to when EU climate policies were introduced and how things have improved over time with the introduction of those policies. So it's not just about the scenario modeling for these sort of these geopolitical trends. It's also about looking at what is actually happening across Europe over time. And yeah, so our usage of cloud services within StreamAir for compute is quite similar to what we're doing. So I mentioned previously that we've got quite a significant amount of experience when it comes to surrogate modelling. So that's taking an incredibly complex computational process and emulating it in a kind of a more scalable situation. So the surrogate modelling will be used again using SageMaker. So for the ability to scale up and down SageMaker is imperative for doing this, coming up with our scenario modelling. Yeah, the hosting of those models, those scenario models that are outputted from the surrogate modelling process will be hosted then on an EC2 instance that could be scaled up or down as needed based on the type of scenario that we're looking at. Sorry. Oh, there we go. So that's it from me. I probably have some more time. I don't know. Okay. So any questions? Please feel free to ask. Anybody have a question?
I have a question.
Sure. Yeah.
First, two consideration. One, thank you for the presentation. I mean, I'm used to hear about, let's say, air quality in the EO domain, and I saw that at the end, VIR3 will include also satellite data. So I think we are converging.
Yep.
And also the prediction thing you talk about and the simulation is very near to the destiny concept of digital twin and scene policies. My question is about. You're measuring a specific pollutant, or is just air quality in general?
A specific set of pollutants. So now I would have hoped to have my CCAPS colleagues with me to discuss more on the specific pollutants, but it looks at a kind of a range of different pollutant types. So like nitrous oxide, sulfates, CO2 obviously, and a range of CO2 outputs as well, so it's not just one specific one. And then the air quality index is calculated on top of those metrics, basically. So yeah, it's not just that one air quality index. It's multiple different views. So if I can show you, you can look at the app itself, but so you have the range of options to look at the actual metrics in isolation or the overall air quality index as well. So you can look at the specifics associated with CO2 output. I'll just briefly show you. So I believe the one presented there is CO2. So you can switch between air quality, CO2, the various different sulfates, and so on and so forth as well. So, and you can also look at the weather and how it impacts the specific metrics that are outputted for each of those.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, it's me again. Now, I heard in your presentation in the beginning that you were talking about a security incident you had in Europe. Was that one additional reason that brought you to choose the cloud? Or was just something that happened at the time which, I mean, what was the relation between these security issues you got and the choice to go on the cloud?
No, that was a critical incident that led us to essentially look for cloud services. It was just a kind of a view on how fragile those local services are. Like I said, it was a small breach, but for security reasons, the entire network was shut down. So we still had access to email in the cloud, so like Office 365 or whatever. all of the local servers that we had, all of the access, so all of the external air quality data coming into us on a daily basis was all blocked instantly. So it was one of the main drivers in for us to look for solutions.
This is interesting and weird from a point of view, because I'm one of the providers, let me say, on the provider side, and security is one of the main concern of customers when they are proposed to go to the cloud, which is apparently exactly the opposite.
Yeah, that's probably, like from my perspective anyway, a misconception that probably cloud services have to tackle all the time, cloud services providers have to tackle all the time, is that like the concept that the cloud is less secure than something like a local server, whereas in reality it's probably the other way around, from my perspective anyway. Like I said, after the cyber attack in the university, there were new security policies implemented, and that gave us probably about 2 or 3 months of a headache in order to adjust to those. So it was a very complex kind of setup of kind of getting that external data internally onto the server that we want. We had to go through 3 or 4 different security gates in order to get that. And that just is not going to happen with the cloud. And also transfer of data internally into the cloud is also either with very minimal cost, if any at all, really. So it's from my perspective, that was definitely one of the drivers for going towards cloud services.
And I think we're going to have to leave it at that. Okay. So next up in the program was an 8-minute YouTube video, but again, leveraging my session chair privileges, I decided that you can watch that at your own leisure. So now we're off to a 20-minute coffee break. So we're back at like 20 past 3, 25 past 3. I'd like to thank all the speakers for sharing their experiences, and I'd like to remind everyone that this is not only furthering your own research and their own research, this is also really important experimentation in how do we make these services accessible to 1 million research in public sector Europe through EOSC. And with that, please enjoy the coffee. See you back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, next one's up is Roxanne Wijns. She's an innovation manager at Libis, a digital service provider, part of KU Leuven, libraries specializing in fair data infrastructures and working on several domain-specific research infrastructures related to fair management of data collections. Roxanne is co-promoter and technical lead of the FWO medium scale infrastructure project iCANDID 3.0 SSH Fair Data Hub. She's also involved in the university-wide and cross-domain initiatives in support of open science and fair data, such as the realization of the institutional research data repository. So Roxana, can you come up?
Next time I'll leave out the acronyms. Okay. I see the slides there, but so while the slides come up, I perhaps can just start off with a little story on how I got here today. So I heard about the OCRE mini competition and the opportunity to get some funding before through newsletters that I am subscribed to in relation to EOSC and so on. But I really thought that it wasn't for the research groups I work with, because they don't really need that much of storage and compute in their research. Mostly working with social sciences and humanities. So I left it there, but then I attended the TNC conference in Trieste, and I followed the presentation on the OCRE and then also the presentation on the Google services related to the AI and machine learning systems. And then actually Jean-Pierre Aerts from Belnet introduced me to Paulo, and things got started 1.5 weeks before the deadline. So I'm not afraid of a challenge, so I just jumped, and together with the PI, Leen Danes, we said, okay, let's go for it, and submitted a proposal. We were very lucky that in the previous one, Luc van Gool from ESAT had already done an application, so our legal department was already a bit aware of the things that needed to be signed, so that went rather smoothly as well. But in the end, we had a lot of support and talks with Paulo and also the people from Google Belgium to do the cost calculation and so on. And we managed to submit in time, and we got the funding, so that was, of course, great for our effort put into it. And I'm going to tell a bit more today about the context in which we are going to use the Google Cloud AI and machine learning services in the SSH Big Data Hub infrastructure called iCANDID. So a bit about iCANDID. Well, iCANDID is a research infrastructure addressing the big data collection and analysis challenge. And big data in SSH, of course, it's not necessarily the same as big data in health and science, but still for us it's a lot of data that we're dealing with. And more researchers in social sciences but also in humanities want to work with distributed data sets from all over the web. For example, news media, social media data, but also the data from libraries, archives, heritage collection and so on. So they're looking for the data collections in different places, and one of the challenges they face with is of course that those are available in multiple formats and different standards. Libraries, archives, museums, they have standardized their data a lot, but for example, when you go to the social media platforms, they all have their proprietary ways of describing the data, but all of them have their own ways of accessing the data. Twitter, for example, you have to have API knowledge to be able to use the bigger amounts and get access to the data. There's also a lot of FTP dumps going around, and then OAI-PMH is one of the preferred protocols. So a lot of diversity in there, and actually iCANDID takes away this collection challenge in the first instance. So we collect the research groups that are involved in iCANDID. They say, okay, we want to work with these and these data sets. We connect to them in a single effort, and we investigate how we can connect. We do the mapping and transformation and the data extraction. We normalize it and bring it to our own ontology schema based on schema.org. And then also what we do in the iCANDID infrastructure is really plow through the diverse terms of access, because we're working a lot with third-party rights data, with GDPR-compliant data and so on. So of course also the access to this data needs to be okay, and we inform the researchers about that. And we try to do it in let's say, a collaborative way, so that we do it for a research group wanting to work with a specific data set, but we don't throw the data away or hide it somewhere on a local storage device. After that, after we've collected it and after we've processed it, we keep it so that other researchers can continue to work with it. Because of that, iCANDID is a closed environment, means that we have the AI in place for single sign-on for the researchers of our institutions and the ones they want to work with. But it's not like it's an open data platform where everyone can go and access the data sets we harvested, because we do have a lot of contracts and terms of use to keep into consideration. So that's access is granted on a request base. And the real difference here is that usually when the researchers want to work with these data sets, they do this on an individual basis. If someone wants to work with Twitter data, they try to find out how they can work with the Twitter data. They write some scripts, work with the API and so on. And then another researcher does this and does this again on his individual basis. So a lot of time is lost in this process. So that's about the data collection part, but there's also the data processing or pre-processing part. They work with more and more diverse data sets in social science and humanities. So before they might have focused only on Flemish data or Dutch data. Flemish and Dutch is the same, but and now more languages are coming in, and they don't necessarily have enough knowledge skills about these languages, so they need machine translation. They want named entity recognition to do on that. And the bigger the data sets become, and the more they want to scale up. And this is why this was a big opportunity for us to work with it. So the research infrastructure provides full access to full-text commercial press media data, social media data coming from Twitter, also YouTube metadata, also parliamentary data, GLAM data, so quite a mix. What researcher groups have to work with in their research projects. It's led by Professor Leen Daens from the Institute of Media Studies, but multiple research groups are involved with different use cases and data collection and analysis needs. And that also counts for what we were going to use the Google AI and machine learning services. So these are the members, and you can see the different research groups from social sciences, Institute for Media Studies, Center for Sociological Research, School for Mass Communication Research, who work, for example, with YouTube and the influence of influencers on the youth. Or quantitative lexicology, so computational linguistics is involved, literary theory, cultural studies, CADOC, which is a documentation and research center on religion, and translation studies. So quite a diverse group from social sciences and humanities are using the iCANDID infrastructure for their research. Instead of going after the data sets on an individual basis, we tackle it for them and offer it to them so they can work with it, and also for other researchers, of course. So the three main use cases of the iCANDID infrastructure are access to multiple data sources, going from printed media, digital media, social media, audiovisual media, and so on, but also domain-specific analysis possibilities and data visualizations. And one aspect that we included in the infrastructure was immediately incorporating the FAIR principles in the design. And there's actually a presentation I did on that during the TNC conference, so you can find out more on that. And one thing I want to say before I forget is people that are going to iCANDID, the infrastructure, they might get a 404 error because we did immaculate planning and today we're doing an upgrade to a new version. So, but yeah, you couldn't access anyway because you need to request access to that. So a closer look at our OCRE use cases. So this is just a statistic slide from the iCANDID infrastructure. We're now like almost 60 million records. Like I said, for SSH, this is quite big. And before the data was mainly in Dutch, but it's getting more and more languages are being represented. We have a lot of the French-speaking press included, but also especially for the tweets when the research group investigate, for example, the politicians who tweet. Of course, the European politicians, they tweet in their own language or sometimes in English, but of course this means that the data set becomes more complex all the time. And actually the four things that we were interested in using the Google Cloud AI and machine learning was machine translation, because not always there is sufficient language knowledge of the data sets you want to work with, and also if you want to do further processing, it helps. Named entity recognition, but also subject topic recognition, sentiment analysis, OCR and HTR, so optical character recognition and handwritten text recognition, and audiovisual analysis. Those are the four things we have most interest in, but of course we're also interested in exploring what other gems are there for us to use. The way that we're working is really on, okay, in iCANN there's a lot of data, but not all of the data is being used for research. The researchers have their specific projects, and for that they need specific data sets. Some of them are already available in iCANDID, others still need to be collected, and we're in the process of doing that. But we really want to use the budget that we got now for the Google Cloud on concrete projects, so really that they are used for research output. And one of the projects that we're going to use the machine translation, named entity recognition and subject recognition and so on for is the opportunities by multi-indicator measures towards unity, or in short, community project. Leen Daens is also supervisor of that. And that project investigates the dynamic interplay between the governmental anti-discrimination and equality policies like legislation, parliamentary data, media representation of discrimination and inequalities, and media representation of equality bodies operating in Belgium. For example, we have UNIA, who does discrimination cases in Belgium and so on. But also public perceptions towards precarious groups. And this means that the data set, it consists of legislative texts, media data from official press, and also social media data. And the thing is that the languages are, again, multiple. In Belgium is already a complex case. You have the federal level where you have legislative text in both French and Dutch. Then you have the Flemish level who also has their legislation which is in Dutch. But they're also going to look at Swedish parliamentary data records, legislation from the Netherlands, from UK. So also there we have a mixture of languages and the machine translation comes in handy there. This project is now getting started, and we got the vouchers not so long ago. We're really in the process of starting up and in doing our first steps in using the cloud services, and we really want to learn more about this and see how this can benefit the different research projects in the future. There are other projects that are using iCANDID and are also going to use the cloud services, such as the Opportunities project, which is for countries that are dealing with the narratives on migration. It includes data sets from Germany, Hungary, Italian, and Dutch tweets mainly. So also there, okay, they have some researchers involved that can speak Hungarian, but not all of the researchers in the team. So to look at those data sets, machine translation, but also named entity recognition and sentiment analysis are the things that they're interested in. And we're also interested to see what the quality will be of the different translations, but also for the sentiment analysis, for example, whether it will work good on non-English data sets, whether the sentiment, the feelings will be well expressed. Then there's the Diamond project, which works on diversity, for example, diversity in media, in official press media, gender balance, are all of the political parties represented and so on. So also there, named entity recognition is an important topic. The Google Cloud, OCR and HTR, this will be used mainly by the group from Quantitative Lexicology, Variational Linguistics and CADOC Documentation and Research Center because they do a lot of research on large corpora of more historical newspapers, so before the digital born era. A lot of the material coming from the archives might have been digitized, but not a lot has been OCR'd. So the machine readability is not available, and this allows us to do that for those data sets that the researchers want to work with, so that they can progress more efficiently. We already have some experience with the OCR results of the Google Cloud because we have with the library a big Google Books project in which OCR was done on the collection, and the results were actually incredible, so not a lot of errors there. So we're really looking forward on how the research groups can advance their research and the data collections they want to work with. And then the audiovisual analysis, that's more intended like an experimentation for us. And we do have a number of data sets that are relevant. So we have the broadcasting news media that we would want to do speech to text to. And also we want to do some visual analysis on the collections. For example, in the CADOC archive, they have a lot of archival material, for example, poster collections, but there's not a lot of metadata available for those collections, so it makes it difficult for the research groups to find those data that they might be interested in working with. And doing a visual analysis and extracting those results for increasing the metadata quality might be relevant, but this is more on an experimental level that we'll be staying. And it's interesting also for the School of Mass Communication Research, who work a lot on election material and posters related to that. So I want to finish up with looking at some of the benefits of cloud services for social sciences and humanities. I don't think that a lot of social sciences and humanities research groups are acquainted with using cloud services that do this a lot. So for us, it's a way to introduce this into the domain. For me, for example, okay, I know a little bit on what the Google AI had to offer, but many have never explored the possibilities, have looked at the pages. It's a big barrier in place for them to work with. But we think that especially for things like the iCANDID infrastructure, where we want to tackle this more on a global level, it will help us with the effectiveness, speed, and quality of the recurring activities that we do in our research infrastructure, and not necessarily perhaps for the very domain-specific analysis, but for the big jobs, it will help us to advance further. And it's really a way for us to gain insight into the processes involved in working with commercial cloud providers, so what contracts need to be in place, and we already had some connection with the legal department to negotiate this, but for many research groups, this is something that's still a big challenge. But also, what kind of skills level do you need using Google AI? Because, again, the skills aren't necessarily there in the research groups. And with the iCANDID infrastructure, we have a technical team in place that assists them, but not every research group have people in place that can work with API, or even if they want to work with it, they don't know necessarily what the steps are to continue with that. So that's also some of the things that we want to find out, want to document and bring back to the research groups, also those outside of the iCANDID infrastructure, so that this barrier is diminished a bit. The third thing that we really want to look at is the quality and usability of the results for using the pre-trained model. So the interesting thing is that Google AI already offers quite a number of pre-trained models that might be usable, versus then what needs to be customized for what kind of models we need to train further in relation to the different data types that we have, but also the languages that are represented. Like, for example, sentiment analysis, and I already said it, we expect it to work better on English language than on other language sets. That's something that we want to find out, and that will help us to make decisions better in the future. But also benefits from the cloud scalability. Of course, we could set up we have done named entity recognition in the past already, using our own setup and so on, but it's a small scale, and once you want to upgrade it to a larger amount of data, I think it's almost time, but I'm finishing. This also costs money, so for us the scalability will be of help. The plans for iCANDID, well, we really want to use and include AI and machine learning into our automated processes, that, for example, a research group says, okay, we need this data set for our project, I want to have it machine translated or named entity recognition taken place of, we can push it through our pipelines and they get the results back. So that's a bit the ambition that we have, and this project will help us hopefully get there. Sorry.
One quick question. You mentioned that you would like to introduce what you're doing into social sciences and humanities, kind of beyond, your institutes. And I wondered if you had a process of doing that, or a platform to do that. Are you going to be doing that through any of the EOSC activities? Mm-hmm. How do you plan to kind of drive this kind of platform through?
Well, first of all, often it's just mouth-to-mouth research groups that contact us that say, okay, we want to work with this. For example, I had a researcher last week who wants to submit an ERC proposal, and she wanted to do speech-to-text analysis on archival video material. So this knowledge would already help us to help her calculate the budget, and also know what kind of skills she would need in her team to do that. So that's one thing that we can help them with. And then also, because we are a digital service provider within the university, we work closely with the IT department and all of the things related to research data management. So we can also push it in through that one. And there's already more and more requests coming for using cloud services, but it's slowly getting through the IT department that they need to make work of that they need to put all of the frameworks in place. This will need some time. We had our challenges and our things to do in the past, so now I think 2023, 2024, it's on the roadmap to really work towards that, to implement more cloud services, make this available for researchers on a wider scale. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Let me check as well online. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, I don't see any. I think that should be it for now.
So next one's up is Joe Ibrahim. He did an analysis of liquid biopsy for real-time cancer detection and tumor monitoring. He's from the University of Antwerp. Joe Ibrahim is a PhD fellow in bioinformatics at the Center of Medical Genetics at the University of Antwerp. In 2019, Joe was awarded the prestigious Research Foundation Flanders Fellowship. His current research focuses on the genome-wide identification of cancer biomarkers and the variety of primary sources using computational methods. Ibrahim, Joe? Yes, sorry.
Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me here. So today I would like to talk to you about our group's research. We are called the Human Molecular Genetics Group at the University of Antwerp, and we primarily focus on cancer research, more specifically identifying biomarkers for detecting and diagnosing and then treating cancer. Today I want to talk more about our project and where we try to analyze liquid biopsies for the real-time cancer detection and monitoring and tumor monitoring. Before I go into the cloud part of this project, I want to give some background on why are we doing this and how we plan to do it. So cancer is still a very relevant disease even in 2022. Yearly we have around 18 million new cases and around 9 million new deaths worldwide. And these figures are set to increase by 30% and 40% by 2035. So there's still a very big need to be able to do some research and development to improve the overall outcome. So as we can all appreciate, early diagnosis is paramount to be able to have a better patient prognosis at the end. Now, currently the way this goes is that a symptomatic patient presents themselves to a general practitioner who runs some tests which are still very expensive and they take a lot of time, and they're also still invasive in most cases. Then upon suspecting that there's cancer, he is referred to an oncologist, which then does another set of, again, time-consuming, expensive treatment, diagnostics. And then a treatment is recommended, and there's still a very high chance that this patient might not have a favorable outcome. Ideally, we would want to change that workflow where we can have an early screening or detection step at home, or also at the practitioner, but also at home. And then the results would be straight presented to the practitioner, where if a cancer is suspected, then we can run some additional personalized tests, which are targeted to be minimally invasive. And then if a cancer is confirmed, then we can, the specialist will recommend some kind of treatment, and then this treatment can be traced over time, and we can see if the patient is reacting positively to this treatment or negatively, and accordingly change the treatment regimen, and that would overall lead to a better outcome for patients in general. So currently, the used detection methods and the tracking methods are still very laborious and they're costly, and they're still somewhat invasive and uncomfortable for most patients. So for example, for detection, we still use solid biopsies, we use histology and imaging. Those have shown to have low performance, especially in early cancers. Also, they have in general a low sensitivity and specificity. Also, they cannot detect minimal residual disease, and they cover a few or one or a few cancers at a time. For follow-up, we use more imaging and the RESIST criteria, and these are also have a low sensitivity, and they're very subjective, so they're based on the skill of the pathologist when looking at these images. And often when they can detect disease, it's often very late. So what we try, or what we want to do is decrease the time between detecting and starting the treatment. But for this to happen, novel biomarkers need to be found, and also novel ways to sample the patients. So in our group, we have been working a lot with methylation markers and also with copy number alterations, and we suggested them as useful for cancer. Why? Because they can be used both as early detection markers, but also as follow-up markers. And then we can use them to identify non-responsive patients, and then of course change the treatment regimen accordingly. Also, this will lead to reducing the unnecessary exposure of patients to toxic medicines. Also, these can be implemented in liquid biopsies. And overall, if this is successful, we can improve the quality of life of patients and have a better outcome. But just quickly, I want to introduce you to what are methylation changes and what are copy number alterations. So methylation is basically the addition of a methyl group, that's a CH3, to the 5th position of cytosine. In cancer, it is known to be very widely occurring. So for example, if a tumor suppressor gene is methylated, it's inactivated, and that leads to cancer formation. Also, we see widespread hypomethylation across the genome, which leads to genomic instability and then thereby cancer propagation. Copy number alterations, on the other hand, are a structural change to chromosomes and to DNA, whereby there's a gain or loss of parts or even copies of DNA. They're also very prevalent in almost all types of cancer, so they're quite universal. And they have been demonstrated to play a critical role in tumorigenesis and disease propagation. Why did we choose these two? Because there are a lot of other marks, for example, mutations or protein changes, but why did we choose methylation and copy number alterations? So first of all, both are universal. They happen in a lot of cancers, but they're also still specific. So specific types of cancers show different patterns of these markers. They are occurring in general more frequently than mutations, and they're also more dynamic. So they change according to the stage, according to the disease, and according to the treatment regimen. Generally, there's no need to type the tumor beforehand before applying these markers, so we can take a tumor that we know nothing about and still be able to identify it using those marks. They are very robust chemically, so they can survive a lot of sample treatment conditions. Also, they are readily available from several types of tissues, and also the techniques that we use in the lab, the biomedical and biochemical techniques are very well established that allows us to readily profile them and measure these marks. So I've mentioned liquid biopsies already a few times, and you might be wondering what that is. So basically, it's the same as solid biopsies, but instead of taking a piece of tumor surgically, a liquid biopsy can be taken in a minimally invasive way through, let's say, blood or urine or a stool test or even lung aspirate. So it has minimal discomfort to the patient, and of course, we have more accessibility. And studies have shown that circulating tumor DNA or cell-free DNA, also known, that it is normally associated with tumor progression, and that is DNA that is being shed in the bloodstream or in other fluids by the tumor. And the studies have also shown that the tumor progression can be tracked up to 10 months earlier than by using traditional methods or solid biopsies. Moreover, if you're using liquid biopsies, you don't really need to do any mutation analysis on the tumor. You can just do ctDNA changes, and you will be able to characterize which tumor it is. So there are a lot of applications for biomarkers in the progression of cancer. So there's different ways to do it. We chose to use methylation markers for the early detection and diagnosis part, so the early phases of cancer development. But then the CNAs, or the copy number alterations, we will use them more for tracking, prognosis, and more like personalized treatment. So at the end of the phase of the cancer progression. How will we do this? So already we have data sets from different sources. So we have clinical data from hospitals. We also have online public data that comes also from patients, both for CNAs and for methylation. And this data also comes from different tissue sources, as I mentioned earlier. The first step is to run some statistical analysis and prediction models to be able to identify the markers. And here we're looking for two types of markers, the pan-cancer markers, and these are markers that are common to a lot of different types of cancer. So they can only identify if a sample is a cancer or not, but not which cancer type. And then also, the next step is to find type-specific markers, and those are the ones that can pinpoint. Is it the prostate cancer, is it breast cancer, is it the colorectal, etc. And then when these biomarkers are detected, we want to implement them in a database that would then be used as a training set for our AI model, which will do the actual predictions. And then also at the same time, we'll be taking liquid biopsies from patients from the several hospitals that we were working with and sampling them and then profiling them for both methylation and CNAs, and then using our model to predict the response and also to try to detect cancer if it's available or not. And then also feed back that information to our AI model to always keep it improving and expand the learning set for the prediction model. So far we have two main data sets that we've been working on. On the left side is the methylation data, and that comes from several sources. And this data set is normally comprised of array data. So the array, briefly, it interrogates around 850,000 positions on the DNA. And for each position, you can see what the methylation is. Is it fully methylated? Is it not methylated? And this data comes from different sources. We have our own data. We have from the Cancer Genome Atlas. We have from the International Consortium for Cancer. We have also clinical data. And it amounts to around 8,000 patients. Also, so that will be more for the detection part. For the tracking part, we are now focusing on two tumor types, so adenocarcinomas and neuroendocrine tumors. Because this is what we have access to at the moment, but in the future it's expanding. And we want to take from each patient a liquid biopsy sample, so for adenocarcinoma at 8 time points, and for neuroendocrine tumors at 17 time points. So you can appreciate the large scale size of this data. So that leads to around 6,000 samples. So together, it's already a big data set with a lot of data. Each data point is around 850,000 separate positions on the genome. So our first motivation, or our general motivation for moving into the cloud, is that currently we use a local infrastructure that is a bit DIY. So it's been put together at our center for the past 10 years, and every year we have problems to expand the storage or add more CPUs or also maintenance. Also, we have a queuing system, so sometimes it gets overloaded, so that reduces the turnaround time. And in the meantime, our needs for data processing are growing. The number of data sets we're using is also growing, and now we also have collaborators that also want to access this data, and it's always a bit difficult to seamlessly interchange. So that's why we decided to investigate and try to see if we can actually move to the cloud. And I think those real motivations can be split into two main parts, so more the scientific motivations and also the practical motivations. So for the scientific motivations, of course, we wanted to have a fast turnover time, because if we're talking about cancer diagnosis, speed is key. So we want to quickly get the result and quickly transfer it to the physician, and then to implement a treatment. Also, we wanted to include multiple sources of data. So now we treat methylation and copy number alterations separately, but we would like to integrate them because that will give us more information. And then also we would like to have access to more powerful software that allows us to do more statistical analysis, and also more hardware requirements such as GPU computing or tensor core computing. So those are more like the scientific motivations, but also we have some practical motivations. I think a lot of people talked about these already. But of course, the chief of which is the data set size and number and the storage limitations. Also, we wanted to scale up the analysis, because now it's kind of run on a one-off basis using like in-house scripts. We wanted to make it scalable, repeatable, automatable. Also, we wanted to have a kind of a secure way to share data between collaborators. And then, of course, we reached bottlenecks with respect to infrastructure limitations and maintenance and updates. So here's where Google Cloud comes in, and this is the solution already proposed by Google Cloud. So on one hand is the sampling of the data from our hospital and from other hospitals. And the first step will be storing this data and expanding the current storage that we have. The second step would be integrating the analysis that we currently have more into an automated way, for example, using workflow managers such as Nextflow. And this allows us to seamlessly run routine analysis without the need for like a bioinformatician or a tech person to go through them and run them again. And as third step, we would like to extract the results of the data, extract the variants, and also configure a scheduling organizer for our jobs. And the fourth step, we would like to store the data that we get, or the results we get, and make them queryable on demand, and also able to be used in the final model. And finally, we wanted to have access for several researchers from our department and from other departments, and develop the machine learning model, the final model, which will be using the Vertex AI. Also, more recently, we started dabbling in other forms or newer forms of, let's say, lab techniques to get this data. So traditionally, we were using whole genome sequencing or whole genome bisulfite sequencing. But more recently, we are starting using the nanopore technologies, which is on the left-hand side. And this technology generates much more data, and also allows us to do copy number alterations just regular genome sequencing and methylation in one experiment. So for us, this is like a gold mine, but as you can imagine, the challenge is then the data analysis and the storage, because the growth of the storage requirement is exponential. Also, we need GPU computing, whereas for the other methods that we've been using, you don't need that. We don't have a GPU computing core. So this is also was one of the main reasons that we wanted to move to the cloud. Also, through Google Cloud, we can have access to the AlphaFold DeepMind, and this is another project that is ongoing, and that's to test the protein-ligand interactions for several of the cancer, let's say, treatment regimens. And this is only available on Google Cloud, so that was another motivation for us to move to the cloud. So just finally, to quickly wrap up the outcomes that will result from this collaboration. Of course, the turnover time is going to be much better, and it's going to be much faster. We will be able to integrate different types of data sets from different sources into one final model. We will get access to GPU computing, as I mentioned. And of course, we will be able to handle more samples much faster. Also, we will be able to automate our pipeline and make it shareable and customizable and scale it up. Also, I think we will have a lot of reduction in the upkeep effort because everything will not be on site anymore. And then, of course, the storage will be expanded, and we'll be able to securely and easily share it with our collaborators. And with this, I would like to end. I would like to thank, of course, this is a project that I'm not working on alone. I would like to thank all my team members, all our collaborators, and I would like to thank you all for listening. And I can take any questions that you have.
I have one. Very good. No, very interesting, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Two questions, a bit related. So there is no process of anonymization of the data, I guess, because you are using public data?
So public data, we are using public and clinical data. Public data is normally compliant with the anonymization. And nowadays, for clinical data, it's also GDPR compliant, so it is anonymized.
Okay.
But I mean, can you ever really anonymize biological data? That's another question.
Yeah.
We comply to
yeah,
those.
but compliant, yeah, okay. Yeah. And then by the end of the grant, do you have a plan to repatriate the data that is in Google Cloud, or is something that you will discard by the end of the project?
No, I think by the end of the project, some data will be discarded. Just let's say the discovery data, but the training data will remain because we want to constantly evolve the training data set for the model, so that will stay and even expand. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Really interesting. So our next one's up is Paul van Dijk, remotely from Amsterdam. Paul, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Paul van Dijk is from the Prinses Maxima Center for Pediatric Oncology towards a Dutch Comprehensive Childhood Cancer Commons. Paul van Dijk has a master's degree in medical informatics and received a PhD degree on renal epidemiology and statistics. He has worked on bridging the ICT needs of researchers and the development of innovative e-infrastructure solutions in several national and pan-European projects at SURF. At the Prinses Maxima Center for Pediatric Oncology, Paul is the tech lead, research IT, and responsible for the adoption of public cloud infrastructure for preclinical research use cases. So, Paul, take it away, please.
Thank you. I hope you can use the microphone on both sides again. Otherwise, I will help all the time.
I think the audio is not too good. Maybe could you adjust your microphone, or could we try again? Yes, it's slightly better. Okay.
Okay, well, first of all, apologies for not being able to in person. There was some other work that kept me in the Netherlands. And my wife was happy that I could the rest of the cases as well. So that's a win. Yes, I'd like to talk to you a bit about the journey that we've been through and how the program helps us build towards a comprehensive childhood performance, abbreviated as NLPC. So this is work that's been initiated by my colleague Patrick Cameron. He's the PI and the head of the big data core at our center. And there is Henry Kirstens, one of his co-workers, who is a team lead biobank in bioinformatics in our center. Let me start with a short introduction about childhood cancer, but also about this brand new hospital, the Maxima. So in the Netherlands, about 600 new children who are diagnosed with cancer every year. And with this number, it's the leading cause of disease-related death among children. And despite great improvements in the past decades with regard to treatment and treatment outcomes, still today, about 25% of the children still dies of cancer. Of course, there's a big difference between the different indications, the type of tumors. For example, for non-Hodgkin disease, well, the survival is close to 100%, so there we reach a great success. But there are other indications like bone tumors where there have been a lot of improvements, but still the survival rate is very low. So there's a lot to gain there. Now, if we talk about how many different types of cancers there are, you can say there are about 25 to 50 different types of childhood cancer, but even more subtypes. And if you look at the genetic profiles of these tumors, you can say maybe that every tumor is unique. So with that in mind, you can imagine that the treatment is highly specialized, and that if you would like to match the best possible treatment to that specific child with the disease, you need very specialized oncologists, and the treatment really has to be tailored to that specific patient. Well, up until recently, there were about 7 pediatric centers across the Netherlands. And you can imagine that in that situation, care and research used to be very fragmented. It's about making enough flight hours to have enough experience to treat patients. So with these numbers, 600 new patients every year, many different cancer types, and with 7 different centers, you can imagine that an oncologist maybe saw a child with a specific cancer type only once or twice a year. So that's not enough to gain enough experience and to provide the best possible care, and also to do the best possible research in this field. So this was the reason that about 10 years ago, the founding fathers and mothers, a number of oncologists in the Netherlands, thought, well, maybe we should centralize all care and research within one center. And after a lot of preparation and a lot of lobbying, this finally happened in 2018. So this brand new National Childhood Cancer Center was established. Well, we're not just a hospital, we are a research hospital. So there are many research groups. We started with a few, but right now there are more than 30 research groups that are already working from the Princess Maxima Center. And next to that, we also have a number of core facilities and shared resources. For example, a trial and data center, a specialized organoid technology center, but also the big data core that is being headed by the Camera Group. Well, and like with many other fields of research, data is playing an increasingly important role in the improvement of patient care. So that also applies for childhood cancer. But something that really has to be stressed here is that collaboration in our field in childhood cancer research is a must. Luckily, childhood cancer is very rare, but that also makes that we are dealing with low number of samples. So we need to work together. So that's something that we accomplished already in the Netherlands by having one centralized center where we have the same pipelines at the pathology labs, the biobank, and also in our sequencing pipelines. But we need to extrapolate this approach to Europe and even worldwide. So, but as we mentioned, data is becoming very important in this effort. So what we are doing in our care, but what we use for research as well, is that for every patient that is being admitted to our hospital, we perform whole exome sequencing and RNA sequencing, and this has become standard of care in our center. What this exactly means, I will show that to you in a minute, but it at least helps us to provide individualized diagnosis and very tailored treatment plans for children with cancer. And then we complement this data with whole genome sequencing. So if we only look at the coding part, which is only a small fragment of the total genome, you can imagine that when we started to do whole genome sequencing for every child as well, this means that the amount of data further increased. Now, we're not only looking at whole genome sequencing, now also doing research at single cells of the tumor. And that means that there is already, again, a multiplication of the amount of data that we are dealing with. So you can imagine that we really need a flexible, innovative infrastructure to catch up with our demands today, but definitely in the future. I told you about the diagnostic pipeline that we have as a standard care in our research center. So this means that every child that has been admitted, his or her tumor DNA and RNA will be sequenced. And this is something that has to be done, this whole pipeline, within 1 week. Because after 1 week, there will be a tumor board and the oncologist and domain experts will discuss the best possible approach for this patient. So the data that comes out of our sequencing pipeline can be presented, as you can see in this example portal, CBio portal. So this is an example taken from a public database, but we run the same portal within our hospital as well. So let's take the example that we have a patient with a type of brain cancer, and there is a database, a reference database of about 200 patients available. And you can see here that there are detailed cancer types. So the genetic counselor can tick what kind of cancer type applies to this child that needs to be discussed right now. So let's say it's pediatric low-grade gliomas, and then you can also see what the overall survival is for this patient group. And then the genetic data comes in place. So then you can see what kind of mutations has been seen in a similar group of patients. But also, like has been mentioned in the previous presentation, you can look at the copy number alterations. So whether there have been deletions in the chromosome as well, or amplifications. So in this case, I started a query for IDH1, one of the genes that might be important in this indication. And if you look at it closer, then you can see that in this mutation, which is specified here, and in this type of patient, there is some level of evidence that for patients with this mutation, there might be suitable drugs that might be successful in the treatment of such patients. So this is data that can be taken from annotation databases like the Onco Knowledge Page, OncoKB, and this way it will guide the prognosis, the treatment, and the outcome of a patient. Just to indicate how these data can be used in practice. Okay, so this diagnostic pipeline is crucial. So what happens if our local high-performance cluster is down? In that case, we would like to have a scale-out solution for our diagnostic pipelines. But we also would like to reanalyze the previous cohorts which have been sequenced in a pipeline of a previous version, and that has been improved in the meanwhile. So all our historical data needs to be reanalyzed, and this will take a lot of compute power. On our on-premise infrastructure, this might take months. We hope if we do this in the cloud, it will be only a few weeks. Some of the other use cases that we are facing is, well, storage costs are growing and growing. We are already operating at a petabyte scale. So we need a low-cost, fair data archive. And we also would like to prevent replication of data. I'm pretty sure that the reference databases that I've downloaded from other institutes and that are in my folder on our research storage also exists in the folders of one of my coworkers or someone else next door. So there's a lot of replication of data on our local storage. And finally, maybe the most important question or use case in our domain, we would like, or actually we have to collaborate with peers worldwide to make new scientific breakthroughs. We need the power of more data, the statistical power to make firm conclusions from the analysis we do. So we need to find ways, and hopefully Google Cloud in our case can provide elegant approaches to share standardized data in a secure and controlled way. Okay, a few slides on the current situation. So we do have an on-premise research infrastructure, which is an Iceland PowerScale storage solution. We have our virtualization environment, and at our science park in Utrecht, at the University of Utrecht, we have a sort of community cloud within a high-performance computing center. Well, if we look over time, this is where we are now. We see that we soon have to invest again, and then we touch upon the CAPEX, OPEX issue that has been mentioned already earlier today. But we also see that it takes a lot of time to maintain and do the administration of this environment. And still, if we talk to researchers at our center, they always require other different, more powerful types of resources than we can offer locally. So we need to do something. And that's actually being summarized on this slide. We need to collaborate. We want more flexibility, more volume, more speed, but also novel analytical approaches. And of course, this all has to be done at minimal cost. So this is how we envisage this at our center. So I think we will keep our on-premise or local infrastructure, but well, we will scale it down, let's say till 30%. And on top of that, we will buy a predictable amount of cloud resources, which is always in use, and hopefully discounts apply there. And on top of that, there will be a layer to, well, to provide the resources that we need for our burst cloud needs. And we strongly believe this has to be done on an institution-wide basis. I mean, we can provide a credit card to research groups and they can do it on themselves, but then they are reinventing the wheel all the time. We need to do this in a concerted way, and that's really what we would like to do from an institutional IT department perspective. So we decided to start using the cloud, and that's actually happened earlier this year, in the first quarter of this year. And well, when we have such questions, our first resort is always our National Research and Education Network, SURF. So, and they provide SURF Cumulus as a brokering service, and we simply ticked the providers which we thought might be the ones to provide these resources to us. Of course, our first attention went to the big three, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. And when we started to investigate what our, well, let's call it role model institutions did, like the Broad Institute in the United States, in Boston, or the European Bioinformatics Institute, or even closer, the Harvard Medical Foundation, they all chose the Google Cloud Platform because apparently it has the assets that are needed that best fit the needs of life science researchers. So that's what we did. And yeah, what next? So we had the contract via SURF, but yeah, we noticed that there was a lot of complexity. I mean, there are so many bells and whistles. We were really overwhelmed and not really able to make a quick start. And also had questions like, yeah, how to establish a well-controlled environment in terms of compliance, security, and privacy. How do we deal with cloud management? I mean, we would like to have a good reflection of our internal organization and make sure that cloud costs can be allocated to the research groups. And of course, there's always the issue of cloud costs. Can we make a good estimation of what it actually will cost us in the future? So these were all still kind of black box kind of topics. But we also wanted to be sure that we did not introduce another silo of data and infrastructure. So we would like to make a good start from the beginning with the integration with our on-premise environment. And of course, there are questions about data sovereignty and portability. And yeah, we need a transition of our staff. We need to educate them to start using cloud resources. And well, we're all very keen on what we know and do already. So we needed to lower the thresholds for these people to start using new techniques. And that, by the way, also applied to our bioinformaticians. And we wanted to make, to start with the new analytical approaches as well. So this was a big gap that we needed to step over before we really could start. And then all of a sudden, there was a perfect timed call and yeah, the funding and support for cloud adoption from OCRE. So for this purpose, we drafted a very well-defined research goal. It was tailored to the needs of the Big Data Core Lab from Patrick Cameron. And the most important part is that we want to make the first steps of a Dutch comprehensive childhood cancer commons. So we want to improve the way we do data-driven childhood cancer care. And yeah, we had chosen the Google Cloud Platform for its scalability, data sharing, and advanced data science tool. And luckily, we had a top-ranked proposal. Okay, so that all happened in September, and where are we now? So we established our Maxima GCP tenant. We started to do the Google Omnigen technical onboarding program, started to set up the environment, structure, the policies, and making templates, and started to script so we can automate stuff. Google provided access to their Cloud Skills Boost curriculum, which has been distributed among many users within our center right now. So they started to do the learning stuff there. And of course, we started to run some first projects to make our hands dirty. Yes, well, and I hope we can add a number of bullets in the near future, but also we hope we can set an example for other institutions in this domain. As we are dealing with data of children, yeah, we're of course very careful with sharing data, but we know we have to make progress in this field. Yeah, and then I would like to complete with a big thank you, of course, to the OCRE team for organizing this event, but also organizing the call. And yeah, our partners in this effort, so that's Sparkle, Omnigen, Google Cloud, and of course, SURF. That's what I wanted to share with you.
Well, thank you, Paul. Does anybody have a question for Paul? Remote or in the house?
Those in remote can raise their hands or also send it via chat. Okay, I don't see anything so far. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks again, Paul. So we're actually now heading towards our last presentation of researchers. It's going to be presented by Ricardo, and Ricardo is actually in-house. Denise, yes, great that you're here. Teresa Magalhães, and I don't know if Teresa is also here, and Tiago Taveira Gomes from CESPU. So they're from Porto, right? But we're here in Lisbon. But nice to meet you, finally. So they're going to present on the predictive algorithms of detection of intimate partner violence in the healthcare system. So some domestic violence as dessert. No, thank you.
Thank you. Let me. Okay, it's working. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. It is a great pleasure to receive such invitation to be here. Well, my name is Ricardo, and I will be just one of the giving the first input to this presentation, since it will be chaired by two other colleagues, which are actually online, but they are also one of the major scientific experts of this research. Well, as we can see in the first slide, our major objective is to develop research, especially predictive algorithms for detecting intimate partner violence, which is one of the subtypes of domestic violence in the healthcare system. Well, we will be analyzing this, how can I say, social, legal, and health problem in Portugal. But it is also our objective to widen and apply the same model to other countries and other continents in the future. Research will be made on CESPU. We are teaching health and life science since 1982. We are actually commemorating 40 years old this year. And CESPU offers the perfect environment for research in this subject, since we have, and we are the unique institution in Portugal aggregating, conjugating all the degrees, the graduations and post-graduation courses in the health and life sciences together with forensic areas, since we have right now more than 32 forensic specialties in CESPU. Just to name few: forensic psychology, forensic nutrition, forensic pharmaceutical sciences, forensic odontology, forensic veterinary medicine, and so on, forensic ballistics, to name few. And that's why CESPU offers a perfect environment to develop such research, but also due to the worldwide position of CESPU around the world, since we have position in the center of Europe, in Africa, but also in Brazil, especially in Portuguese-speaking countries, it is our objective to develop future research in domestic violence in those countries due to CESPU position around the world. Well, we will just start to give a brief understanding about domestic violence with Professor Teresa and why domestic violence deserves our attention, and then we will move to Tiago Taveira Gomes, who will present the technology behind this research project. And finally, because it is the most important part, I cannot forget to, on behalf of research team, to acknowledge and to say very thankful to the partnership with AWS and Rackspace for helping putting this project up, and thank you very much for your help. I will move the word to Professor Teresa Magalhães, and then we will finish with Tiago.
Please bear with us for a few more moments.
Hello, it's my pleasure to be here with you in this meeting, although virtually.
There's no
Even
sound.
so, I'll try to leave my message about violence.
Rob?
Violence, in general, takes many forms and severity degrees. The context in which it can occur are also diverse. But the form
Okay, just bear with us for a few more moments as we try to fix the technical issues.
Thank you.
Hello, it's my pleasure to be here with you in this meeting, although virtually. Even so, I'll try to leave my message about violence. Violence, in general, takes many forms and severity degrees. Contexts in which it can occur are also diverse. But the form of violence that particularly concerns us is domestic violence, which cuts across all countries, cultures, and socioeconomic groups. Domestic violence is a huge problem with deep social roots. It is found in all types of families, regardless of sex and age of its members, and familiar or similar relationship between those involved, the direct victim offender. The World Health Organization, WHO, considers domestic violence a serious public health problem worldwide and has included it in the coding of the International Classification of Diseases, both in the ICD-9 and now in the ICD-10. This organization admits that this special type of disease, which can manifest itself in very diverse ways, presents a high prevalence and it is associated with relevant morbidity and mortality in short, medium, and long term. Thus, given its complexity, the problem requires a multidisciplinary intervention. In addition to the legal and social approaches, among others, health intervention is fundamental. This is because healthcare professionals are at the forefront of suspecting or detecting and diagnosing these cases. And without this important step, the chance of treating, protecting, and rehabilitating victims, as well as preventing the recurrence of violence and its escalation, may be lost. The estimated prevalence of these three groups that I'm presenting in slide, which are the most frequently impacted by domestic violence, surely represents only the tip of a huge iceberg. Even so, it is a frightening view, because we cannot forget that for each victim or patient, other family members are also affected by this family dysfunction. And this happens because suspecting and detecting these cases is such a challenging task, particularly for healthcare professionals, due to the private nature and secrecy inside the household of this violence. We can say that this is a hidden phenomenon. Victims are frequently unable to disclose and often never do. And family members as well as professionals are afraid of stepping forward and report their suspicions. Particularly, healthcare professionals often believe that reporting may be a violation of professional secrecy, unaware of the consequences that not reporting carries. This is especially true considering the repeated nature of this violence and its tendency to escalate in severity. On the other hand, most community members and professionals working with victims still focus on the now, on the immediate and visible consequences of violence, which are injuries mostly minor, but sometimes serious and even fatal. Furthermore, the truth is that domestic violence, even in the absence of injuries, as is the case of psychological abuse exclusively, can have future consequences impacting individual health from conception to the date of death, which has a high risk of being premature. Our team conducted a real-world multicentric study about intimate partner violence against women based on secondary data analysis of electronic health records and healthcare register data in patients on the local healthcare unit of Matosinhos. We noticed that just 2% of the observed women at this healthcare unit were suspected by physicians of being victims of intimate partner violence, which is far from the known statistics. We also found much higher rates of health risk behaviors in this group, as you can see by comparing the rates of general population with the suspected cases, which are marked in yellow. The same happens for trauma and intoxication cases. Rates are always greater in suspected victims. And also for mental conditions, where the differences are enormous. And for somatic disorders, with an exception for desired pregnancy, as expected, the rates still enormous. But consequences do not always have to be so serious. Many can be avoided and others mitigated. For that purpose, early detection is fundamental to allow an adequate intervention. Therefore, we believe that a predictive algorithm to support healthcare professionals in the detection or suspicion of domestic violence cases will be an effective and useful tool. Thank you for your attention.
Are you there?
Tiago, are you with us?
Hello. Yes.
Okay, go on.
So thank you so much for this possibility of presenting the studies that we are doing. And indeed, it is, I'm having a bit of echo on my side.
Just a moment, Tiago. We have problems with slides.
Could you try speaking again?
We need to go on in
Yeah.
the same PowerPoint.
No,
Yes,
no,
go.
no, it's
Go on,
the
Tia.
same, I believe. But I can speak if it's only for me.
No, we are seeing. Go on.
So, handling this kind of healthcare data is really difficult because we are speaking about using electronic health records and anonymized and all the text that has been ever produced about these people. And so when considering the ability to work with Portuguese institutions, namely in healthcare, it becomes almost impossible. Now there's no echo. It becomes almost impossible to do this kind of work outside the premises of the healthcare institutions. And so together with AWS and Rackspace and our prior experience with Matosinhos, we have defined a means to analyze the data within the institution premises with the Snowball Edge devices. These are like mini cloud devices that support the most basic standard offerings in AWS systems, namely S3 and EC2. And by creating these devices and putting them inside the hospitals, we are actually able to do the data processing without having to physically remove the data from the place. This can be arguable whether we need to do it so complex or not, but the reality is that when we ask DPOs and ethical committees at hospitals to analyze this kind of data, there is no way that we can actually do it if it leaves the premises. And so this idea is that we can put the devices on the hospitals, we can develop the analytical packages that will run inside the devices using Apache Spark technology. We can do that on the in the Elastic MapReduce cloud platform from AWS. And so we can emulate all the environment that actually also exists inside the institutions to develop the algorithms. And that's step one in the diagram. Then step two is to send these packages into the devices on-prem. And so the institution has full control of all ins and outs, all the transformations of data. And so this way, they are very eager actually to participate in large research projects that can accommodate the expertise of external investigators, such as is our case being from CESPO. And so in the next slide, we see that in order to achieve this, we have approached a number of institutions in Portugal that provide primary and secondary care that in total makes more than 159 centers, healthcare centers and 12 hospitals, which is more or less 10% of the Portuguese population. And so in the next slide, our major goals are to, and we actually already going forward with this, to capacitate, empower the institutions to have these devices and use them, prepare data ingestion from the electronic health record systems that exist locally. They are very diverse, so in healthcare, everything is more complicated because of heterogeneity of systems. And then after data is within the devices in an harmonized way, which, by the way, we follow a lot the OMOP common data model that is being put forward by the ODYSSEY and the Eden communities in the healthcare data space in Europe, we will be able to develop these algorithms. And these algorithms will be, in the first step, federated, running locally, and then federated across all the institutions, so we can derive a single algorithm that learns from the data on all of this. And so we are really very excited with the opportunity that we can see in the next pictures that this OCRE framework has created together with the solutions that we put together. So in the next slide, Ricardo, we see that we are already going into different areas of Portugal putting the snowball edge devices in the data centers. This is one region. Then you have other photos of going to the centers and put the snowball edge devices. We are covering already 4 centers for this purpose. And the idea of bringing cloud to the local premises is very well adopted by the ITs and the DPOs and the healthcare professionals and teams in all of these places. And so our hope is that in the next slide we can derive this predictive algorithm that uses the data from all the electronic health records across the country in these places to derive very, very, very useful algorithm for an area where research is usually lagging. And if we think about technological research, it's extremely lagging, I would say. And so very briefly, the overall objectives of our research work that we have in the final slide are to express firstly the prevalence and the incidence of intimate partner violence, and then derive the actual risk that exists. So it's the other slide, sorry. Derive the actual risk that can be estimated from the records. We actually already know that there is this, we still haven't published it, it will be published shortly, that people that have signals in healthcare records of violence, they actually quit going to the doctors. And that is really, really, really a problem, because it tells us there is a window of opportunity to act before those people go away from who may probably be able to support them, which is their family doctors. And so the idea is to estimate the burden and the cost around this and train machine learning models on these distributed Spark clusters in order to emulate what do these patients look like at different points in time with the healthcare system, with the doctors or the nurses. And then what our goal is to derive a machine learning algorithm that can estimate the risk of suspicion of intimate partner violence. And if we can do that, then there is a fit for the algorithm to be used by institutions at the point of care, and for health professionals to be alerted to know they have a chance to do something before they just disappear and then it's too late. And this has also a very important ability to help clinicians report in a way that they are not directly exposed, because one of the big issues in violence, and I'm the family doctor, I can speak by experience, is that you don't want to report the violence because you are afraid of the consequences. And so if the algorithm can act in a way that identifies this suspicion and we can trigger action without having to directly expose ourselves, the likelihood that the correct social mechanisms are triggered early in the violence cycle is very high. And so finally, we will do these algorithms locally within each center, and then do a federated model. And hopefully what we hope to show is that by never moving data outside of the hospitals, we can actually derive a model that learns jointly from the electronic healthcare records of all the hospitals and actually performs better than the models in their own hospitals. And so hopefully that will be a very robust and generalizable model that will help us identify these potential situations and hopefully reduce substantially, or at least have a detrimental effect, a dissuasive effect in the perpetrators of violence. Because even if we cannot prevent the violence directly, if people know that there can be a way to suspect from behavior that they cannot control, there is a higher likelihood that there is be a dissuasive phenomena, and hopefully help provide better outcomes of health and safety for the people that are affected by this very, very problematic and very silent cause of comorbidity in our society. And that was it that we'd like to share with you. We will be very happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Well, I actually wanted to invite all the people that presented for the panel discussion. So, Tiago, I think you're also in the panel discussion. Well, we're actually kind of running out of time, as everybody probably noticed. So I thought, let's have the panel discussion. And if there's some urgent questions for Ricardo or Tiago, we can also have it then. Or is there some urgent question here now? Okay, then I think we should have the panel discussion because it's almost 5 people. Okay, so please enter the stage. Also, Ricardo. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Tiago. All the presenters, so Roxana, everybody, yes, Joe. Everybody that presented on their case, please step on, and you're in the panel. Andy, I don't know, Niam still's there. Joep. Niam is not still there. Yeah. Okay, I think we're complete, except for Niam, but Andy will hopefully do a good job for them both.
She has a flight to catch. She's a flight to catch.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, hope she saved our votes for her. So do we also have a microphone? No, we just use this. Okay, so just to start actually this discussion. So we have been actually very fortunate and lucky to help you out with the procurement of cloud services. And I was just wondering, and I'm not gonna ask it like to a specific person, just if you have a good story to share, please just share, grab the microphone and share. But how do you usually procure these kind of services? And how was this different? Except for the funding not coming from the funding out of your own budget, but somebody else's. But how is the procurement mechanism different from how you used to procure these kinds of services within your institution? Yeah, great. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I'll just try to talk from experience at our center at least. So we've been having this discussion for almost 2 years, if we want to move into the cloud or if we just want to upgrade the local infrastructure. But at least for procurement, we're 5 research groups in the center, and it has been on an individual basis. So, you just go on the website, you go on, for example, our colleagues were using AWS, so they literally use their own credit card, for example. So it was, it was a bit like, because, we like to dabble before we commit. So at first, it's very low scale, small scale, and then if it works or if you think it might work, then you go to your supervisor, you go to your group leader and say, okay, this might work. And then there's like a staff meeting, let's say, where it's more discussed in seriousness because it will be a more global investment, not just for one person or one research group, and then we take it from there. So it starts very individual and then it moves to a more like serious way, let's say.
Okay, great. Well, I think Joep, I talked to you, right? And I think you were the same, or was it a bit different?
Well, there was no procurement generally. So indeed, everything was done individually. And the only thing is there was a budget. So an official procurement, there was never one that I was involved in. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's important. So also, being through this process, all of you, do you now have maybe some lessons learned or tips for new procurements in the future? It's like, well, if we also did this better, it would be actually, well, even better for you. Do you have some tips for the procurement specialists? Yeah.
Like, I guess one of the things that really focused my mind on what our needs were from the services itself. So the process was very clear in that you had to have a very good idea. So the actual spending the time to think about what you need for your project was different than the kind of the ad hoc kind of experimentation on an individual level to see if this would
would suit your needs, but whereas here you have to think about the entire project and what you would actually need, which is very useful because, just refer back to your last question, you know, EU proposals, I would have put a certain amount of the budget in for cloud services previously, but I would just throw in a figure rather than actually thinking about it properly. So this process definitely helps, and I would encourage other people who are looking for funding for this to take advantage of that aspect of it. That it's very important to think about what you actually need beforehand.
Okay, thank you. And you're also in the...
I also get to ask a couple of questions. So the services that you're using now, they're basically coming off a joint European framework procurement that runs from 2020 to 2024. Right? So that means at the end of 24, the current framework agreements expire. We've set up a re-procurement exercise, so that is basically, from our point of view, it's kicking off in January, and it means that when the current agreements run out, there will be fresh agreements for future consumption. And that then leads to two questions. If I look at the audience here, right, it's suppliers, projects, and people who will be involved in this re-procurement. So I'm wondering if there's any messages that you would like to give us on how we, so the ones that run this procurement, can make your life easier with new projects, and if there's anything that suppliers can do to make your life easier with new contracts. What would that be?
Or platforms. Yeah.
Or platforms, or...
Well, what for me was very helpful, we did it on a very short notice, but without help from the Sparkle team and also the Google Belgium team, I could never have done the cost calculation because it was the first time for us and we didn't really know how it worked. We knew what kind of services we wanted to use, but not necessarily how we really had to do the cost calculation to embed it in our project. So that kind of support in the future would be continue to be helpful, I think, to make it easier. But,
we have a response from Paul. Paul, you're echoing a bit. Yeah, but you can go ahead.
Yes, well, of course, we were so lucky that we got the support from Google and the folks from Omnigen. But I think for other newcomers, it would be useful to have examples online, also calculations. They should be anonymized, but just to give people a sense of how you build up such a calculation you need in infrastructure.
Sorry, could you repeat that again, or because the audio is not quite good when it reaches us.
Okay. I will get closer to the microphone.
I think that's a bit better.
So what I mentioned was that we were so lucky that we had the help of the folks from Omnigen and Google to help us with the calculation to make a good estimation of the resources we need. But I think the new appliers, it would be good to have some examples online on your website with these calculations, the Excel sheets, maybe anonymized, but it would be a great help to have a look at how this is done for other use cases.
That's kind of like cost projections. That's kind of like help with cost projections. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And that's also what I gather from you, that actually having help available, whether it's from a supplier or from an NREN, that actually helps you figure out, right, so how do I do this? Okay.
Paul, are you aware of the online cost calculators for all the platforms actually within OCRE? It's one of the requirements we actually took in the framework.
Maybe I missed those because we had the support from Omnigen.
Okay, well, maybe, I mean, for everybody that's interested, you can just actually Google online cost calculator and then the platform name you need, and you can actually work with the online cost calculators for all the suppliers.
Well, I would like to share my experience regarding the first question. I'm a director of a research unit, and I have more than 60 PhD researchers working with me. And as you can imagine, our life is applying for research, for funding, and I must say something public because I believe on that. After several applications of more than 60 researchers, this was one of the most honest applications we have. It was friendly, it was honest, we didn't feel any kind of conflict of interest, and it was a very friendly application. Therefore, I truly recommend future applications to OCRE. That's it.
I can imagine, right? Because, well, like I told the European Commission, let's do the competition at the market side. And this is why you researchers were kind of facilitated more.
So in a greater context, that is quite an interesting remark, because in the EOSC Association, we're currently looking at long-term sustainability and financial sustainability of EOSC, right? And one of the key questions that we need to start answering is, should we have a central pool of services available that are centrally financed, right? Or is that a bad idea? And when you look at how do you finance the consumption of commercial services through EOSC, well, you can either do that through wherever you get your money from, right? That would be whatever grant you get or what your institution has, or you say, well, no, we make a certain chunk of whatever it is available, centrally financed, and then you basically apply for that like you would apply for, I don't know, currently HPC. No, I don't know what the better answer is, but...
Neither do I, but I like the process.
Okay.
Oh, good.
That was interesting. Any more reflections on this?
At least for maybe not the provider side, but more for the application side, for our university, or at least our center, it was more by mistake that we came across the call for the funding. So I'm not sure. You talked a lot about at the start, like the outreach and so on, but maybe we were a bit isolated, I don't know, but it was really by chance. So if we hadn't been there at that conference and somebody just mentioned it, we wouldn't have been here today. And I think it's a valuable tool, it's a valuable source of funding and source of computation that a lot of people maybe don't even know about. At least in our group, a lot of people didn't even hear about it until we applied and we got it. So maybe something can be done there, or maybe also it can be our institution, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think Roxana has the same opinion, right? Yeah.
I might add to that in the university that we're based in, there was a certain lack of familiarity with the type of funding that was coming in. So the process for applying was, very, it was, very friendly process and actually very, useful for us. But when it came to the administration within the university, there was lots of questions raised, and Donald, obviously over there, helped us considerably when getting those sorted out. But in a way, the university administration didn't really understand how to actually where to place this funding, and that was a major factor in getting this up and running for us. I don't know how to solve that problem either, to be honest. It's just, I guess it's a learning process for universities in how to manage this funding as well. So.
No, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, and when I'm thinking about the refinancing of my own project, I think I would fall back to the traditional approach, indeed, of...
your credit card, right?
Yeah, applying for money. And the thing is that I think the agreements, they help. So if at least the bargaining is done at a national NREN level or at a European level, that's where my advantage would be. It makes life easier. But apart from that, it would still be the traditional approach of getting everything funded. Yeah, clearly.
No, that's the purpose, so yeah, thanks. Jan, or somebody, Zach. Zach.
Thank you so much for sharing the projects with us. I've already worked with some of the services such as SageMaker, and all that we are talking here is about the access to those tools. But using the tools, sometimes it might be difficult. And from your perspective, did you find it hard to use some of the tools that you had to use, or it was seamlessly the usage for you?
Well, I'll speak to that because I use SageMaker, but yes and no. So we had previous project experience using SageMaker, but I mean, the amount of services that are available through AWS is enormous, particularly when it came to architecting the project. So we did have training courses when the funding was granted, so they helped enormously, and the further kind of help given by the teams that we were working with Donald and Rory. You know, so there's a lot of support there after the fact as well. So it's not just training courses, off you go. This is kind of an ongoing kind of service that they provide as well to kind of help us along, make sure that we've made the right decisions. But yeah, so that was very, well, it remains very useful for us.
Oh, can you also tell your name and your organization, please?
My name is Fabrício Monteiro, and I work in a German company called TechRacer.
Aha.
Yeah, if I can also answer the same question, I think there was a lot of investment actually going on. I'm from the economics department. The Google Cloud was new for us. And I also did it at the previous university. That's where we initially started working with the project. And even for my data engineer, it was entirely new. So people were working with AWS. Yeah, the Google Cloud, it is different. So indeed, there is a steep learning curve. I think that the facilities in order to get started are great. There are a lot of online courses as well, so you can relatively easy get started. But without a doubt, there's an enormous advantage, an enormous investment in getting started. And then what you end up in, well, a path dependency, as we say in economics. I would continue working in the Google Cloud simply because I started working in it. Yeah, so it's the investment, absolutely.
We have one response from Tiago, if we can provide him the floor. Okay, Tiago, you may speak.
Am I in the echo? I will try to answer. But I would like to stress the point that the colleague already mentioned about learning the APIs. What we understand, and we are talking from a perspective in a research in healthcare, is that when researchers learn a given tool, the probability that they will stick to that tool forward and that tool will be used in more contexts than only the context of a given project, there is a very high odds of that tool become standard and reused. And so personally, I see this kind of projects in the context of the OCRE as a means to create exposure for researchers in healthcare to learn cloud APIs in a way that there is a very lower barrier of entry, because there is the support, in our case, from AWS and Rackspace and other experts that can help the researchers improve their ability to use these APIs that maybe they wouldn't even consider using if they didn't get to know them through these kind of processes. And so I think in terms of creating a sustainability for the future, these kind of situations seems very, very, very promising, because the tools that a lot of institutions that work with healthcare data, for example, use is still SPSS or other tools that are not the best fit for the job. And for sure, the cloud APIs that are available, and they can be available in multiple contexts, as is the case for our project. But the ability to learn the API in our way is paramount to improve the quality and the width of research that can be done in healthcare. That's it.
Thank you. So, hi, my name is Michael from Rackspace, and as part of the idea of this whole OCRE framework and of the funding is to, let's say, ignite the fire for cloud adoption, and you all had very interesting and very successful projects. Would you say that within your institution, you did some pioneer work or you broke some ice in order to get other departments or sections of your university or institute interested in the cloud?
Especially at my previous institution. That's where we ignited it, that's where we, well, documented everything as well, which makes a difference. We at least set out to document everything for the researchers, like how do you get started? Where do you get your early funding for the pilot project, etc. And I think, therefore, that it's the previous university, indeed, or the previous institution, that built all this knowledge. And my current institution, that's, well, I know how it works. Research management services is not as involved as it was in the previous institution. That makes a difference. So I think I did sparkle something, but sadly, mainly at the previous institution. Yeah.
Thanks. Well, if I look at KU Leuven, there are, without a doubt, already research groups using cloud services. We just don't always know about it, and they're using it on an individual basis with their credit cards. I think for scaling it up towards the university, we really need the central services involved and on the willing to implement those cloud services and offer a kind of central service offer to our researchers, and then it will be able to scale up. I hope to do something with the knowledge that I gained through this iCANDID infrastructure project and using the Google services, but yeah, it will have to go through the central levels to really reach enough researchers. So that's where you have to be as cloud providers probably, and as yeah.
Okay, well, I think this was the last question. Oh, Paul. Paul, would you like to add something?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that this was definitely the case in our center. So we started it up with one project, the one for which we won the grant. But already other groups are approaching me that they have ideas and plans on how they can use and apply the cloud for their research purposes. I'm aiming to take a very, very gradual approach because we're dealing with data from children in our hospital. So we started off with using the Google Cloud in the preclinical research domain. The next step is to also start using it in the clinical research domain, and after that one, we would like to use it in care as well. So yes. It's just going to happen. Now we have started this.
Well, thank you, Paul. So I actually would like to thank Paul, Thiago, Joe, Andy, Joep, Roxanne, and Ricardo. Big applause for them, and thank you for being here.